Hmm. Annual Submarine Power Cable and Interconnection Forum. My name is Teresa. We've been already in touch via emails. So you have received already the agenda and venue maps from me. Today you have received all the other conference material. So the updated agenda, delegate list, and evaluation forms. For the evaluation forms, you can rate our speakers, also the organization, and the topics in general. I would like to inform you that our conference is being web streamed via Zoom, so I would like to also welcome our online participants. This is also an important information for all the speakers to use the microphone at all time, so we can transmit the sound. Each speaker will have 20 minutes of presentation, followed by 5 minutes Q&A sessions. I will be going around with the microphones, and I will be also monitoring the online questions. So for the questions here on site, just raise your hand, and I will be coming with the microphone. All the presentations will be shared within 1.5 weeks into our online platform. It will be the PDF versions, and we allow our speakers the 1 week to do some of the changes. A few organizational things. Our lobby, just in front of the conference room, is the area for the coffee breaks and all the networkings. You have already seen we have several sponsor stands, so you can visit them. Toilets are located upstairs. For the lunch, we will go to the restaurant. We will instruct you during the lunch break where to go exactly. I would like to ask you to turn off your phones, so we will be not disturbed by any sounds. As I said, in the lobby, you can visit the stands of our sponsors. We have Alcatel Submarine Networks, Tijin Aramid, Highvolt, NC, Ensure, Orient Cable, Next Geo, Ultramap, and Codes. You will also receive the promotional materials via the online platform. Now, without further ado, I would like to also introduce our chairman, Mr. Jakub Wastmans. Jakub, the floor is yours. Thank you. Enjoy the conference.
So, good morning, everyone. Time flies. It feels like it's been only a couple days ago that we met in Heathrow, but it's already been a year. 5th conference. Also, I thought when I joined the industry, I only have to count to 3. And when DC came, I thought it goes down to 2, but it seems that I need to count to 5. So, as was said before, we have about 20 minutes per presentation. A little bit of housekeeping. There is a timer here for all the speakers, so if you run out of time, I will have to stop you. God forbid you encroach on the time of the next speaker, or worst of all, the break, because we only have a few of those today. And it's quite a packed agenda. So let's try to stick to the time. 20 minutes for presentation, 5 minutes for Q&A. Those that were here last year as well will remember that for Q&A I had a bag of candy to try to entice everyone to ask questions. I did a control study at another conference where I didn't bring candy. I have candy. So you can draw your own conclusions whether it works or not. Yeah, so we'll be starting today with 6 presentations. It's a pretty long stint, so it's a long way until the first break. I hope you all filled up on coffee and are ready for the day. And I'm ready to ask for our first presenter. And that will be Andy Patton, Chief Operating Officer at Interconnection. Andy, there he is.
So, good morning. My name is Andy Payton. I'm the COO of Interconnection. I've been working for 15 years in interconnectors, both operational and before operations. I've worked at National Grid in BritNed, ElecLink, and then ultimately Baltic Cable in Sweden. And I see some old colleagues here today. I came from an electrical engineering background, but spent a bit more time into regulation, as naturally these things drift between commercial operations and regulation. At NeuConnect, I have responsibility for getting ready for operations, so effectively being ready to take the keys off my construction colleagues as soon as they finish the construction site. So what is NeuConnect? I'm sure some of you that have been before have seen some of my colleagues probably present something similar. Put simply, we're constructing a 1.4 gigawatt link between the Isle of Grain in Kent and Wilhelmshaven in Lower Saxony in North Germany. At 725 kilometres will be one of the longest subsea cables once constructed. And at the moment, we are the single largest UK-German investment project. This comes with strong political support. Both the King and the German President made reference to our project a couple of years ago at the UK state visit to Germany. In terms of who's involved, we are privately financed. We're a project finance project. So our shareholders were backed by a consortium of 4, Meridiam and Allianz, global infrastructure investors from France and Germany, respectively, and also Kansai and TEPCO, so the power grid experts from Japan. And as we're project financed, we are debt backed by a range of banks, more than 20 global banks, including UK Infrastructure, EIB, and JBIC. So to rush through our history a little bit, we achieved financial close in 2022. So the project was in development for, it says there 4 years, but I think it was maybe closer to about 6 years in total. And this involved quite a lot of fairly major changes as well. We needed some fundamental legal changes in Germany to allow us to exist and to allow us access to the regulated asset-based regime in Germany. So that was part of that development phase as well. 2023, immediately after that, followed the start of construction. As you can see, our board members getting involved in the construction on the top. Been asked to point out that nowadays people are made to wear PPE on our construction sites. This year, marked by a lot of construction progress and also the laying of the offshore cable. I'll show you some photos on that in a second. And from mid-2025, we've started focusing on the systems, the processes, and how we will move from construction into operations. So looking forward, we expect to be flowing our first megawatts towards the end of 2027, with a full handover into full operational mode in 2028. I asked for a couple of photos, so you can see that the sites are starting to come together. On the left, on the UK site, we have actually 2 of the steel structures for the converter halls are now up, as from a couple of months ago. And in Germany, you can see different progress, but also on-track progress there. In the offshore world, we completed about 56 kilometres of the nearshore campaign earlier on this year. And the second campaign is currently ongoing. I don't have the exact kilometre point at the moment, but I think we've exceeded 100 kilometres of the 725. And then from now on, the manufacture and the cable laying continues pretty much solidly until 2027, when we start operational power flow. So my part in this puzzle, how do we take this from being a construction site into operations? Basically, we have a very long to-do list. I wanted to touch into a few of the key considerations that we've had to make, and then how we're approaching them as NeuConnect. So, as usual, some puzzle pieces. First of all, we need a regulatory framework. We need to make sure that we're able to make money for the life of this project. So how will one day we'll be allowed to generate our revenues? So the frameworks are already established. In law, the German framework that allows us to claim a regulated asset base is in place. And in the UK, the cap and floor regime, many of us are aware, already exists. And that was all in place for financial close. For a project finance investment, it's important to secure these things in advance. But what necessarily isn't in place is the mechanism as to how all that works. So what we've started to do is work with the regulators into how we make that financial mechanism work. We need to become a certified TSO in the UK and Germany. This is an essential part of our regulatory framework. And it's necessarily not something you can do prior to financial close. So this is something we're working on now. We've become a certified TSO in GB, and in Germany we've just kicked off that process. There are a couple of other things. We do try and lock down all the permits and licenses and permissions in advance of financial close, but for example, the grid operating license is an essential in Germany. It's necessary to prove that we have the safe systems of work in place, and that's not something we can do before we have an asset to look at. So that's something we've worked on, or we plan to work on. Operational agreement with our connecting grid operators. NESO and TenneT, as our connecting grid operators, they have no connection between them today, so they don't work together. So we've kicked off a fairly large process design, IT design, settlement design process to allow them to figure out how they're going to work together. We also need to be ready to sell our capacity, to market it to the market parties. Slightly complicated by the current UK-EU relationship, we have no access to the single day-ahead coupling and the integrated energy market. So we must engage with auctions. We must sell our capacity through explicit auctions. This means the necessity of engaging with customers, signing up customers, and building our own IT system to interact with them. So this is a major part of what we're currently undertaking. We'll also participate in the GB capacity market. So the pre-qualification is just finished for next year for the auction for 2029 delivery. So we plan to take part in that. And then there's a part related to the asset. So our construction team have a lot of back and forth with the operations team to make sure that what they're building is fit for purpose, to make sure it's operatable and maintainable for the whole of the asset lifetime. And as we'll trust an O&M provider in Siemens Services to run and maintain and run the asset for the first 10 years, we need to make sure that they're ready to take it over at the right time. So they've been producing, we need to manage them to produce safety rules, maintenance documentation. They need to staff up their teams on site in an appropriate amount of time. And finally, because we're a project finance project, we're a small special purpose vehicle. We don't have a corporate structure above us. We also need all the kind of corporate processes that it is to run as a small company. So we need an enduring team. We need our business processes, procedures, policies in place, and also the corporate processes to allow us to provide the right information to our shareholders and lenders. So in terms of how we're doing this, as I've said, we're a project finance SPV. The corporate governance is in place, but how we do things at NeuConnect didn't really exist. NeuConnect is new, so we start from the ground up, really. The sheer fact of being project finance means we need to control risks, so we need to de-risk as much as possible for the lenders. And so because of that, often they're a lot more risk averse than maybe it would be possible to be. So we tend to favour the existing way that things are working. We tend to reuse existing processes. So as an example, we've appointed Jow as our auction provider. They provide explicit auctions for most of the GB Europe connections and all of the inter-Europe connections. So the risk of using them is low. Another one example that I found is with the choice of using a mass impregnated cable over XLPE because of the longer history, the more proven history over a long period of time, and therefore the less risk in the eyes of the lenders. The other impact of project finance is building a really close up and personal relationship with the financial model. It is just a tool, but it does allow us to see how the investors view our project. So if we were to imagine the impact of our decision or where the limits of the funding are, we can see how they would view our project and how they would consider our decisions. Regarding our agreements, a lot was fixed at the point of financial close, but it was not everything. So we're now trying to operationalize our relationship with the connecting TSOs. And also, I guess the key point here has been planning. We have a very long to-do list we're trying to keep track of. So building our own internal ready for operations project plan has been really important. Regarding our team, so we have started growing the operational team. It is sometimes strange to tell people that I'm the COO of a business that is not yet operational. But as I think I've shared, I think we've got quite a lot to do. We're currently a team of 4, some consultant supporters, of course, but we will grow over the next year as we ramp up to full operations. What we've done in NeuConnect is adopted a bit of an internal customer approach with the construction team. So the operations team acts as a bit of a counterbalance to the construction team to make sure that any decisions that they take about how the asset's designed does mean it's fit for maintainability for 25 years. We must act in this kind of joined up way because the investment is a long investment. It is not just a construction project. And in some ways, we're already operational. So the German regulatory regime kicked in 2022. We already have a claim for some of our operational costs on the German tariff, so this is already in operations. We have processes that are recurring every year for this. And lastly, just to mention managing risk. So there are uncertainties. Uncertainty over the underlying market fundamentals. Because of the cap and floor regime, we are exposed to change in market prices. The changing UK-EU relationship will change the market assumptions. How we can take our capacity to the market is directly determined by the relationship between the UK and the EU. And finally, and I imagine this is something we will all talk about over the next 2 days, managing the continually evolving threat of cyber attacks. The need for online and offline resilience measures is going to be a risk that continually changes. And we can be pretty sure that the geopolitical situation today is not going to be the same as it will be when we turn on the cable in 2027. So that's something we do need to manage very closely. So where have we got to so far? NeuConnect is certified as a GBTSO by Ofgem. So they are satisfied that we've met our unbundling criteria and we are fit to be a transmission system operator. As I said, our regulatory regime in Germany is live, and we've pre-qualified for the capacity market auction next year. Our intention is to use Joe to sell our capacity, and we signed an MOU with Joe, which signals that they are happy to work with us as well. And our main IT system, our market integration platform, we have successfully run a tender. It's a little bit too early to announce, but hopefully by the start of next year, we'll be ready to kick that off as a full project. And what comes next? 2026 will see us growing the team, working through our to-do lists, but it will also see us engaging with the market. So once we have a market integration platform, we need to start selling ourselves to the customers. We need to make sure that they know that we are going to be open for business at the right time and ready to participate in our auctions. And then, of course, critically, continue construction. So we will continue to support the construction team to make sure that we consider the whole of the asset life and not just what's best for one phase or the other. So thank you for your attention. Please reach out if you want to know more and or follow along on LinkedIn. I believe we have quite a lot of updates there. I'm happy to have any questions.
Perfect. Thank you. So, do we have questions from the audience? See, I knew it. Do we have questions from the audience now? Please.
Hi, Andy. Sally Lewis from NGV. You said that the regulatory regime on the German side is already operational. Can you expand a bit on what that means?
Yeah, sure. So for the German half of our revenues, we have a claim under the regulatory asset-based regime. So we get paid a fixed return on what we've invested and also our operational costs are refunded through the tariff. The system's a bit complicated, so you claim the money first, and then you prove to the regulator the year afterwards that it was correctly spent. And so we have this kind of 1 year on, next year reconciliation process. So we've currently got a claim with the regulator for 2022, 23, 24, currently under review. So they will review our costs, they will make sure that they are efficient, as they should, and then allow us to claim them back through our connecting TSO. And in Germany, we claim those costs back through Tenet, who claim it on from their tariff, from their bill payers.
Thank you.
Do we have any more questions?
Morning, Andy. Simon Ludlam from Maris Connect. A couple of questions. Do you think the explicit auction mechanism will be the enduring one? And secondly, I can't remember my second question actually, but yeah.
We'll start there. It's a good question. I think this is the difficult timing of the UK-EU relationship changing in 2026 means that something that when we were planning to go live in 2027, we're aiming against a target that we can't quite see. For that reason, we have decided to go with an explicit regime to start with, because honestly, I don't think that I don't think the market has the IT resource to make something different in the next year, or the legal resource, or any of that. So I think explicit is what we're going to start with. It's not what we hope to be the enduring regime. I think a coupling back of the UK and Europe markets is the aim. I think it would be beneficial for the market, it's beneficial for the interconnectors. It's better all round. So we would hope that that's where we end up. But honestly, I'm not optimistic that it can be done in the next 2 to 3 years. So that's why we're aiming for an explicit go live.
Okay, I remember my second question, a bit linked to it. You said you've done your tender. Obviously, you can't talk about it in detail, but are you looking at contracts of more than 1 year?
So the tender we're running is more for the IT systems. When we launch our products, as I said, we'll probably go with more market standard terms for our capacity. So we'd expect to fit in with what the forward capacity allocation code does within Europe, and what the other GB interconnectors do. So most likely annual capacity down to monthly and then daily. Probably not tenors of more than a year at the start. Thanks.
Do we have any more questions? There.
Thank you. I'm Patrick André from ASN. What do you plan to do to mitigate the physical risk on the cable?
This is the key problem.
I like it.
Yeah, we will. So for the construction side, for the stations, we're applying physical protection, as is industry standard. With regards to the cable, we can do very little on the day-to-day. Our main strategy at the moment is to have proper repair plans in place, proper surveys plans in place. So we will do regular surveys. Exactly the frequency, I'm not entirely sure. And then making sure we have robust plans in place that are tested frequently to repair in case there's any issues.
Okay. Thank you.
I think you hope for a different answer. Maybe you can suggest it.
Yeah, but please.
Well, I mean, come and see us now in our stand. we may be able to help.
Good. Do we have any further questions? So we have a little bit of time.
Kevin Magner, Ofgem. You mentioned earlier a kind of customer-client relationship as regards construction. I wonder, could you just kind of elaborate a little bit more about the kind of rationale and how that works?
I think the rationale is that our investors come with a full 25-year view. Construction projects tend to focus on the delivery and the end date. And actually, from a NeuConnect point of view, you care about the whole thing. You don't have, really, the distinct phases are only they're not real. So the logic of the board in appointing, I suppose, appointing me and my team a bit earlier was so that we could be that counterbalance to construction. So myself and the project director have frequent meetings. We have meetings at various working levels to make sure that any input is anything that is built is maintainable as well. We've also put that structure into place between our O&M contractor and the EPC contractor. So they are obliged to cooperate, and they're obliged to make sure they perform maintainability checks on everything as it's designed. So the logic is that what you build is entirely maintainable by the O&M provider, and they've pre-signed off on that. So that's how it practically works, really. But within our team, it works as a less formal, less contractual relationship.
Thank you.
Maybe one more final question. Okay. We have one. Let's go here.
This is Nilesh from Bekat. You mentioned the preference of MI cables to the XLPE. Of course, MI is has a success history. While making these choices, are you already involved in the design phase of the project where you make certain design choices, configuration choices, depending on what market would want?
I think maybe this was a little bit outside of my area because this was before in the development phase, back in the procurement. I believe that at the time the lenders were, or the lenders' technical teams were somehow involved in what would be procured from a risk assessment point of view. So from that point of view, the development team, but also the lenders would have had an input into what was being procured, yes. And I think when they designed the specifications of what we were trying to build, they would have had a direct view on that. Yeah.
Thank you. Good. But then, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we will move on to our next presenter, and that's Charlotte Elmelit, Electrical System Manager at Vogron.
Thank you. And yeah, you hear me? Well, I hear you. I'm really happy to be here today to present to you, and I hope I can spark some interesting discussions further out in this conference. With this presentation, I want to connect the dots between the rapid expansion of offshore wind and the critical hidden infrastructure beneath the waves, the subsea cables. But let's start with a story. A story about a village on an island. And this village was blessed with rich and fertile land. They produced a lot of crops and goods, and they had a lot more than what they really needed. But they had one problem. The only way from this island to the mainland, to the market, was by boats. And these boats were old and unreliable. And every year, some of this harvest would sink together with the boats. No matter how much they produced, they knew that every year some of their profit would be lost in the waves. But then one day they started to think. They wanted to do something different. They wanted to build a bridge. And they put a lot of effort into this bridge. And one day it was there. And this changed everything. Because now the people on this island could sell their products in an efficient way to the market. The village was thriving, and not only because of what they produced, but also because they had an efficient way to the market. And offshore wind is a lot like this village. We have the technology to produce a lot of clean energy, but if we don't have a good connection from the offshore wind farm to shore, to the market, our profit will also be lost. And subsea cables are our highway bridges in offshore wind. And if we don't manage to design them to fit our production, or if we use outdated technology or inefficient technology, a lot of the profit will be lost in the waves. But if we instead embrace the technology and go for innovation and more smarter configurations of the subsea cable system, we can make an efficient way to sell our electricity in the mainland market. I work for Vårgrønn. It is a Norwegian pure-play offshore wind company. And as you see, we in Vårgrønn, we like to match the presentation with the outfits. We aim to be part of the whole offshore wind cycle, so develop, construct, operate, and own. Our ambition is presented in this project pipeline. I'll see if this works, yeah? Yeah. We have Baltic 2 here, which is a wind farm already in operation. We have Doggerbank here, which is the world's largest offshore wind farm with 3 offshore substations connected to shore with HVDC. We have 2 floating wind farms outside Scotland, Greenvolt and Senos, where Senos is also connected to shore with HVDC, and Greenvolt is connected with AC. So Doggerbank is in construction phase and commissioning phase, and Senos is in a pre-feed stage, and Greenvolt is in a late feed stage. And we also have 3 candidates for 132 kV array systems, and that is Utsira Nord outside Norway, and 2 Irish projects outside Ireland. Yeah. So this scale really shows that we have a lot of products to be delivered, and of course we rely on our bridges to be able to deliver them. Offshore wind depends on subsea cables. We have the interarray cables connecting hundreds of turbines to the offshore substation, and then we have export cables connecting offshore to onshore and the further grid. And as developers in offshore wind, we are a major player to the subsea cable market. We influence the demand, we influence the technology, and we also influence the installation strategies. And as you probably have heard, the industry have faced some challenges lately with investment losses and cancelled projects, and some stakeholders doesn't even believe that we can be profitable without subsidies. But we want to change this trend, and we think that subsea cables can be part of unlocking true profit. And I will soon show you some examples on how, but first I want to really show you how big this is and how big the wind farm and use of subsea cables really are in this project. So I will bring up Dogger Bank. It is the world's largest offshore wind farm, but I also dare to say it's the world's largest cable project. Dogger Bank consists of 3 wind farms and 3 substations, A, B, and C, and together it has a combined installed capacity of 3.6 gigawatt. It will deliver power to UK, and it will stand for, on an average, 5% of what the UK citizens need in electricity. And that's just on average. It will be long periods where we will produce even more. The 3 wind farms consist together of close to 300 wind turbines, and they are located on an area as large as 1,500 square kilometers. This area is even like a lot bigger than the London area. And to connect all these 300 turbines, we need 900 kilometers of inter-array cables. With 900 kilometers of cables, you could connect south of England to north of Scotland. And to connect the offshore substations to shore, we are using 1,200 kilometers of HVDC cable. And to compare that, it is almost as much cable as the world's largest interconnector, the Viking Link. So with this scale, I think you agree a little bit at least that this is the world's largest cable project. And it's also easy to understand with this scale that the cables have a lot of the cake of the total cost of the project, the total capex. And it's also easy to understand if we find smart solutions to optimize cables and cable systems, we could also reduce the cost, and the cables can help pushing the business cases for offshore wind to the positive side. Designing these cable systems in offshore wind is a complex task. You see this fictive wind farm here. It consists of 300 dots compared to the Dogger Bank project. And all the dots are symbolizing a wind turbine. And the dots are then connected to the yellow grid, which is the inter-array cable system. The inter-array cable's design depends on the wind turbines. How big are they? Are they floating? Then we need dynamic cables. Are they fixed? We can use static cables. Before, like a few years ago, the array system had 33 kilovolt as a standard voltage. Now it's 66. And as I mentioned earlier, we are now looking ahead for 132 kV. This array system will then bring all the power produced into the offshore substation, which will then increase the voltage again and take the power to the customers in the mainland. And depending on how far it is from shore, of course, we need to see if we need to use HVDC or if we can still use AC. But talking about profitability and making projects happen, it is today easier to make it happen with AC because HVDC is very expensive, complex, and have even longer lead times than AC projects. So I was talking about 132 kV array cables, and the reason why we want to go for higher voltage in the array system is because of the constant hunt for larger turbines. And why do we want larger turbines? Because then we can have fewer units, with the same installed capacity in the wind farm. Fewer units to buy, fewer units to install, and then also reduced capex. But to utilize this larger turbines, we also need to increase the voltage level to reduce the length of the array systems. We are going from this to this. This is an example of the same installed capacity. In the first case with 15 megawatt turbines and 66 kV, and in the second case with 22 kilowatt turbines and 132 kV voltage in the array grid. So what we see is that we can reduce the cable length up to 50% by increasing the voltage. And we can also reduce the electrical losses with up to 40%. So we are going from leaking boats to highway bridges. And yeah, we are then, the aim is to transmit more power, of course, on fewer cables. And talking about more power and on fewer cables, Greenvolt is a really good example. Greenvolt is a floating wind farm with 400 megawatt installed capacity, and it has an export system which is 115 kilometers long on AC technology. So this makes it quite an interesting cable project as well. We have done a lot to try to optimize this project, try to reduce the capex and push the business case to the positive side. So with the cables, we have tried real-time temperature rating. We have tried to see how we can use monitoring to further decrease the cross-sections along the cable route and optimize it further. And we did some improvements doing this. But we thought it wasn't really enough. We wanted to be more radical. We wanted to remove one export cable. This is a 400 megawatt wind farm, so it should be possible to transmit 400 megawatt. But the problem is it's 115 kilometers long. And I guess many of you understand what limitations that can bring. So we started to look at this, doing a lot of system studies, a lot of dialogue with the cable manufacturers, because we didn't know if it was feasible, and if it was feasible, how big would this cable be, what material to use, and also if we found out that it was theoretically possible to have such a cable, would anyone be able to manufacture it? And another thing we needed to look at was to see if we wanted to accept a decrease in availability and flexibility. Because a traditional wind farm, as you see on the screen here, has a 2 times 50% transmission system. So if you lose one cable, you still have 50% availability of the export system. So even if we have the same capacity of the export system, loss of 100% cable would cause 100% unavailability. But after doing a lot of assessments on this, and also, of course, I put on monitoring there as a key as well, see how we can use cable monitoring to ensure that we don't have any bottlenecks, or at least that we have control of our bottlenecks. We saw that it was actually possible. So Greenvolt have now, as its base case, removed one export cable. And we also saw that we could remove other equipment, like a shunt reactor offshore. So we have reduced a lot of weight on the offshore substation. And we also reduced complexity onshore by removingones.com. And this has really shown that offshore subsea cable technology and development and how you configure your system can really help to push the business case to a positive side. By doing this, Greenvolt have reduced their cable cost up to 30%. I can't say that much about Greenvolt's cable design because the design is not finalized yet and we haven't even selected the cable contractor yet. But what I can show is this graph which shows the ampacity of different cables and then the development in different countries and projects. So Greenvolt would then be in this range up here. So it is now to be one of the most powerful cables in Europe. And this graph only shows the installed capacity divided by the voltage, so it doesn't take into account the reactive current. So, which of course Greenvolt has a lot of since it is a very long cable. So it's likely that Greenvolt actually will be the most powerful cable in Europe. Looking ahead, Vårgrunn is ready to embrace the next generation of subsea cables. We are ready to increase the voltage levels in the array systems. We are ready to embrace longer AC cables and with even higher ampacity than Greenvolt. Much like the village you saw in the beginning, who was dependent on this connection to shore for delivering their products, offshore wind is also dependent on their connection to their market. And we believe that working together, of course, with the cable industry and accelerate this development, we could really together make offshore wind making real profit without subsidies. Thank you.
So do we have questions from the audience? There is one here. Microphone is coming.
My name is Roland Zhang from 10 Germany, and very interesting presentation. I have one question. We think about to increase the voltage, array cable, and so on, and increase, but it's only limited in the AC area. Why could we not change from the wind turbine, array cable, export cable, all to the DC solution? And then we can save a lot of money, actually. And from wind turbine already use DC, because MVDC is already a major technology.
Yeah, you mean producing that the turbines will deliver on DC instead?
Yeah, all DC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would, of course, then we wouldn't be dependent on a DC substation, and we could bring all the DC converters onshore. Yeah, that's a good point. We have not looked at that yet.
We have another question there.
Henrik from Portunus. By going to the 132 kilovolt, you obviously measure out Siemens here for all the interconnecting hardware on the seabed. So is that a strategic move going for the 132 kilovolts, or are you just focusing on the cable voltage?
Yeah, so of course we need to look at each project and what is best for them. If we have, for instance, floating, then we could have used these subsea connectors and maybe even subsea substations. And then we would, of course, balance that with, okay, if the higher voltage exists or on the market, and see what is the most profitable way to solve the problem. But we are indeed interested in the subsea connectors as well to have different array system configurations.
But here you could be faced with a challenge where you could be offered a 22 megawatt turbine from Siemens, but they wouldn't give you a 132 kilovolt supply.
No, subsea connector, yeah, that's
Well,
also...
not the connector.
Yeah.
The turbine wouldn't give you 132 kilovolt voltage because they strategically will not support that.
Yeah, of course, it depends on what the turbines are producing as well, of course. So we have to influence that market as well. And I think Siemens has gone from 33 to 66. Now they say don't want to go to 132, but things can change.
Yeah, right.
Do we have another question? Yes.
Hi, Stephen O'Connor-Gray from Lockton. Just a quick one. With the reduction of the export cable from 2 to 1, are you looking at putting any of that cost saving from reducing the cable into the protection and monitoring and sort of long-term lifespan of the cable? It's quite a congested area that the wind farm's going to be in. Is there any sort of engagement with the local fishing community? Any sort of engagement with like the sort of AIS monitoring, or are you guys trying to develop any sort of new interesting systems that will help protect the cable over a life of it?
Yeah, so thank you. Interesting question. We see that monitoring is one of the key factors to be able to take this decision to go from 2 to 1 cable, and we have to use new technology to know even more than like DTS or something like that, to have the best possibility to know the integrity of the cable at each like real-time monitoring. So that is of course something we are looking at. And then regarding the fishermen and so on, we will protect the cable, we will bury the cable, so we don't see it's a higher risk for cable, someone to come and destroy the cables than normal. And then we will also look at mean time to repair, so response times for our operational team. For if we have a failure, how we need to like improve the how fast we can repair it.
On that note, maybe I have a question, because I come from the service side of cable, so cable failures and how to deal with that is something that's on my mind all the time. Given that system will be connecting to the UK, I presume that an offshore transmission owner will be appointed for it. Are you confident that they will be able to fulfill the assumptions you make on mean time to repair and performance?
Yeah, so we will have to fulfill the assumptions for that by the the operational team. So put in that in our operational strategy and how we plan for the O&M team
But
vessels and.
Then maybe a follow-up question to that: does that mean you intend to continue being involved in operating the export assets, even though the owner changes?
Yeah, so that is not clear yet. But yeah, as you said, we will sell to an OFTO, and then we need to align with this OFTO how to operate it and so on. But yeah, of course, they have to fulfill this or think about this when they buy our transmission system.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you very much for your presentation. So, our next presenter is Britt Heinla, Offshore Grid Development Manager at Ehlering.
Hello. Thanks for having me. My name is Britt Heinla. I'm from the Estonian TSO Ehlering, and I'm here to talk about the challenges that the Eastern Baltic Sea has regarding new interconnectors that are to be built. A little bit about the Estonian grid, as I am from the Estonian TSO. We are a joint TSO of both electricity and gas. And me being a little bit more than 10 years in Elering, I was previously on the gas side and was the project manager for the infamous Baltic Connector pipeline that was broken in 2022. And now have been working actively on the new interconnectors, thus have some experiences in the offshore business. And why should you care about the Baltics at all? I would like to thank my previous speaker, Charlotte, talking the story about an island. The Baltics are that island. We have an abundance of offshore capacity, more than 15 times than the society itself could actually use. So if there would be sufficient connections towards the actual consumers that are somewhere in Europe, or might they be somewhere else even, then the abundance of production capacity is there. But of course, this is regarding electricity, straightforwardly speaking. But the real capacity might be in actuality in hydrogen. If you want to actually move a whole lot of energy, not only some gigawatts, but tens of gigawatts, then production could be possible somewhere in the Nordic states, possibly in the Baltic states, and then a pipeline would be more efficient, sufficient for the energy needs of Central Europe. So you should care what is happening in the Baltics. I guess that you have heard, and it was quite a big, let's say, news or an event in the sphere of power engineering, that the Baltic states did detangle itself from the Russian grid and are now a part of the Central European grid, but also it comes with its challenges. We are a small island, and our maximum single unit capacity is only 700 megawatts. That means also that we could not have, for example, a DC connection that is connected to the mainland, to the grid itself, and then be more than 700 megawatts. So does it make sense to have 10 cables? Maybe it makes sense to build a pipe. And from the perspective of the TSO, we have had previous speakers that have talked about singular interconnections, but from the perspective of a TSO, it is more about the whole grid. And the whole grid does stand on three pillars. It is standing on security of supply, affordability, and environmental sustainability. And that means that sometimes an interconnector maybe does not make sense. At the same time, maybe several interconnectors might make sense. If security of supply is of importance, then of course there are already, you have touched upon cables that have the risk of failure due to outside factors. Maybe more is better. We have some new interconnectors that we are planning, and I guess that all of you have run into NIMBYs and bananas, and we are the same. I would, the feeling maybe from Central Europe might be that there are some outskirts of Europe where project development is easier. That is not the case. At least from looking from the Baltics perspective, me personally, have been talking to a couple of thousand persons in order to build these connections, and the NIMBY is everywhere. So also we are assuming that these interconnectors would be built on the second part, will be completed in the second part of the 2030s. All this land acquisition, all these special plannings, they take the same amount of time regardless where you are in a democratic world sphere. But then more about the challenges that we have. If we have smaller markets and the cost of the offshore assets has risen during the past 5 years quite significantly, then we actually run into the problem that the countries that are constructing these assets do not reach a positive NPV, never. but at the same time, the whole projects for a society as a whole, for a society in Europe, are majorly beneficial. So the question is that how do we actually alleviate this problem of countries not receiving positive value during the life cycle of the project. Of course, there is European funding, what we are applying for, but it is not only the, let's say it prolongs the projects usually by 3 to 5 years because of all the administrative burdens that come with it. So if we're talking about the possible future where you would have more interconnectors, you would have more possibilities to produce both in the sea and also onshore and have production somewhere where it makes the most sense, then possibly the constraints are not in inter-array cables or the export cables, but in the interconnectors themselves. And this might be a problem that is only in these smaller markets, but we see that several projects that we are adjacent to or are promoting lead to a situation where we benefit the rest of Europe more than ourselves. Then anchors. I guess that this is a sexy topic and will be a sexy topic for at least the coming 10 years. As Andy pointed out, the first speaker, that it's more about repair strategies. And if you look at the graph that is on the bottom left-hand corner, that is the academically available penetration depths of anchors. And we can see that if an anchor penetrates really 4.5, 5 meters into mud, and we have these kinds of soil conditions, we're not going to put a cable 6 meters deep. So what if something happens to the cable? We just cannot reach it. So repairs are almost impossible then. There is some kind of a balance that is to be met. And at the moment, it seems that it's more logical to have a robust repair strategy, not to then to have millions and millions worth of rock dumped that actually doesn't guarantee you almost, it might guarantee some protection, but nobody's going to give a 100% guarantee. Plus, for the sake of the grid itself, it doesn't matter if you know where the exact location of the cable rupture is. It matters more that you would know maybe 5 minutes before, maybe 10 minutes before, because if you have such a massive loss of production from the system, you don't want the whole system to be going black, and it does not care about the location of the fault. So what we have been, of course, researching is the possibilities of having some, let's say, as reasonably sufficient cable protection as much as possible, but maybe the solution is the red lines that are indicated. Oh, no. Maybe the solution is the red lines indicated here, that we have more connections. For example, the S-Link 2, a connection towards Finland, was broken last year due to an anchor. The S-Link 1 was not. And how this was, of course, mitigated was by the fact that other cables that are connecting towards our neighbors in the north broke too. There are several optical cables, and that actually made a fast deduction for the naval forces that there is a rogue vessel that is going on and actually breaking stuff. So maybe the solution is to have more assets that could be broken, yes, but also would have the possibility to actually pinpoint who's at fault, and also would be a backup for the system itself. We have been approached by a lot of vendors who have the possibility or capability to monitor the asset through optic cables. We, at least so far, have deducted that this is not sufficient for the grid itself, for an interconnector just to be protected. And we find that the solution is more not only the responsibility of a TSO, not only the asset owner, but it's more a combination between the state and the information that is gathered through Navy, through also the system operator, but the final actor there is the Navy itself. So we are definitely looking into asset management that is more system-wide than the TSO assets, but more a society-wide system and asset management. And yeah, already touched upon a little bit on the fact that why are the preparations for interconnectors taking such a long time. The NIMBY is a big part of it. I have been contemplating on this a lot, and I think that it's maybe counterintuitive in some senses. I do think that maybe in some aspects private property in former Soviet countries is more sacred than it might be in Central Europe, just because it was not a thing 35, 40 years ago. And those people who remember that, they will take it more sacred as it actually maybe is. I have talked to one of the landowner who has a seaside plot, and he has been actively against an offshore wind site that is 11 kilometers from his doorstep, because he really sees that if an asset in the sea is being built, that also will set fire to his house. So these are, let's say, these are the sub-rationales that people think that are actually happening. And of course, what is taking such a long time is because if these smaller markets actually do need to have better interconnectors, it's the financing that takes longer time. It is due to the fact that we have to go to EU financing and that we have to rationalize the quite a big increase or the possible increase of tariffs when we are building an interconnector. We are not talking about single percentage points of raise in the tariff itself. We're talking about double-digit percentage raise in tariffs when we are making an interconnector that costs $1 billion. And of course, then in the growth in the asset costs. During the desynchronization process of the Baltic states, one quite a crucial asset has not been built. That's the Harmony link, the connection between Lithuania and Poland. There is one link already in operation, but the Harmony link is the second one. Firstly, it was planned as a DC link between Poland and Lithuania through the sea, and it's quite public information that it was budgeted for 700 million, and only one quota was received for 1.6 billion. So that was between the estimations that were done in 2020 and the actual then quotas that were received in 2022. And that increase in the cost of these assets has made interconnectors also less likely for our part of the world. But I guess that for a TSO also to plan these such things, it just takes more time. We have full intent to have operational interconnectors between ourselves and also towards Central Europe by mid-2030s, beginning of 2040s. And I guess that everybody has seen this picture. Maybe some of you have not. In 2023, there was a very good article in The Economist. If you would like to be more green, maybe you should not hug trees, but hug pylons, because there is a lot more grid that is needed in the world in order to produce where it's more efficient and to have the delivery done by the grid. So I would like to end my presentation by embracing the grid itself. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have questions? Not yet. Then I'll ask one of mine, then we'll get to you. Yep. You mentioned S-Link 2 being damaged by an anchor, and I believe that there has been some trend that could be observed around that asset. How do this kind of geopolitical tensions influence decision making when it comes to building new assets in that area?
Yeah, it definitely does. And because it's almost impossible to protect an asset in the sea, then the decision making is changed by let's say you change what you can. And for example, locations are something that you actually can. So we on purpose divert the location of the assets as much as possible, so that if there is some kind of a system disruptance, then we wouldn't be hit basically on the same time. If a system does lose a lot of capacity simultaneously, there is a possibility of a blackout. And if we're talking about assets that are costing hundreds of millions, but the cost to society would be billions immediately. So yeah, so we are changing what we can. Additionally, of course, if we can dig a little bit deeper, if we can protect somehow that we would have some additional protection, then we decide upon that. It actually might mean that we have a spare cable. It depends on what the actual cost of protecting something would be. And our preliminary understanding, for example, rock dump is something that, of course, would help at some points, but if we have a Panamax or a Suezmax vessel with a 20-ton anchor coming in, then the rock burn probably has to be 100 meters wide. And if you are somewhere in an EEZ zone that is 20 nautical miles wide, we're talking about €500 million worth of rock. That doesn't make any sense. So you have to protect it somewhere. So you have to look at the system, and then you have to look at on what just makes sense. Yep. Perfect.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question on diversity. When you're talking about protecting cables from anchors by separating them by a distance,
yep.
These vessels that are breaking these cables are dragging anchors for 200 to 300 kilometers. So the whole of your seaboard could be covered by one vessel. The multiple cables aren't getting broken because of the vessel being stopped. They're not being broken because of luck. You know, those vessels that are going over these cables, they go over 20 cables, 5 get broken. So I found it interesting when you say monitoring is not viable, when it can actually give you 20 minutes warning before the vessel gets to your cable.
Show me a system that works. We have vessels that don't put on any of their pinging systems. So there is, of course, let's say we don't have a full comprehension of, let's say, full faith in the systems that are currently on the market. And we are trying to, you know, of course, get a better understanding of that. At the same time, we have had several instances where a cable has been broken, where a pipeline has been broken. So the first one, Baltic Connector pipeline, my own project, so my baby was broken. The vessel was stopped not due to the fact that there would be a third party that influenced the vessel, but the pipeline itself damaged the anchor so much that the anchor broke. So, and nothing happened. The vessel sailed to its destination port and then sailed back. Then the other instance of Vesseling 2, something happened. Then you had a third party intervene at one point. So the society is also learning this, how to operate. Maybe we need these kinds of very expensive learning curves in order to react faster, know when you pick up the phone who you're going to call and what's going to happen. So at least we have had 2 of these exercises, very costly exercises. The third one probably will be even more efficient and less costly in the end. And yes, at the same time, while planning these new assets, then we would like to be as robust as possible. Some of these equipment that is proposed for asset monitoring does not work for us, but works for navies, for somebody who's in charge of the overall sea basin. We have our jurisdiction half a nautical mile on the one side, on the other side, and that's not enough for this kind of asset protection. Yeah, I hope I answered your question somewhat, but yeah.
I think we'll continue those discussions during the break.
Yeah.
Perfect. Do we have maybe one more question? Yes? Can we get a microphone? Or let's start there, and then we will take one more in the front. Yeah. Then.
Thank you, Lucy Bond, Ofgem. You spoke before about the fact that the increase in costs were leading to a split in the MPV between each countries.
Yeah.
How do you manage the cost of revenue sharing across the borders in this kind of situation?
There is, when these kinds of projects that are TSO-led, and also we are with all of our projects in this European PCI, projects of common interest lists, and of course there is a mechanism in order to actually ask some costs from third countries, but in reality this has never worked. If you look at all the roughly 50 CBCA or cross-border cost allocation decisions that have been done, and then out of these 50, I think that 2 have actually had some costs to countries that are not building an asset, and those are not in electricity, those are in gas. So there is a common understanding between the TSOs that if you want to ask from another country, it's not possible. And all these cost-benefit analysis, all these cross-border cost allocation, possible decisions made by the NRAs can be disputed. We are looking at years 2040, 2050, and we have to make assumptions. If I would know what I'm doing in 2 weeks' time, I would be happy. How do I know what's happening in 2040? Yeah. So, yeah.
And we had one more question in the back.
Hi, Sven Tore Bielefeld, Elbe 1. I'm wondering how you see and count for the risk of boulders in the Baltics, because I know from Polish project that this area is quite prone to subsurface boulders, and so how is this being handled in your risk profile, and how do you do this during FEED and execution actually?
Yeah, boulders are not that big of an issue. If we encounter bigger boulders, then we just go around them. But we don't have this kind of, let's say, massive boulder fields. In the cases of us connecting towards Finland and, let's say, the Nordics, then we have the biggest problem in reality with going from the hardest of rocks into the softest of clays, and then we have a very up and down seabed. And there in some places, not to have any free spans in essence, then we might actually fill up some of these areas with rock. This we have done, but I think that it's more an engineering problem that we can resolve. More of a question is that we don't have a good understanding how to protect the cable when we are on top of bedrock. It is just lying there. We're not going to dig a trench that is 10 kilometers long. That will also be very costly. So that strategy we are still working on when we are going through this part of the seabed. But generally, yes, it's more common for people to ask about UXOs. And UXOs, actually also we have found through our projects that maybe we encounter one every 2 or 3 kilometers if we look at the magnetometry width of 50 meters on a cable route. And it has not been an issue for the Navy to take care of those. So we don't have any poisonous canisters. Those have not been dropped in the Baltic in that area. So we take care of those during the project.
Perfect. And thank you very much for your presentation.
Yeah, thanks.
And we will move on to our next presenter. That's Simon Moorish, CEO of Xlinks.
morning. My name is Simon Morris. I'm founder at Xlinks. And today I want to share with you a vision for solving some of the most pressing challenges facing our energy sector, and how long-distance HVDC transmission combined with the firm renewable power will enable a completely new paradigm for global clean energy. So let me start with who we are and what we're trying to achieve. At Xlinks, our vision is straightforward but ambitious: to provide affordable, flexible and reliable clean power at a global scale. Our solution: multi-gigawatt projects that combine renewable technologies, solar, wind and battery storage to create firm, dispatchable power. This power can serve local demand or be transported via HVDC interconnectors to demand centres thousands of kilometres away. What makes us different is that we're not just building generation or just building cables. We're integrating both to deliver what the grid actually needs: secure, firm and uncorrelated power. We have a pipeline of 18 gigawatts of interconnector projects and 9 gigawatts of firm renewable power developments. Our team brings 175 years of HVDC experience, having delivered 5 interconnectors in Europe, including the world's longest subsea link to date. We're not just dreaming big, we're aiming to deliver at scale, as can be seen in other parts of the world, notably China. And crucially, we're doing this with proven technologies and long-term cash flows that ensure strong project returns. A single Xlinks project has the potential to reduce European emissions by 1.5%. Now, what problems are we solving? Today's energy sector faces a perfect storm of challenges. We need to decarbonise grids globally. We need to secure reliable, firm supply in an era of rising geopolitical uncertainty. And we need to do all of this affordably, at a time when local renewable resources in many demand centres are either limited, more expensive, or their intermittency is highly correlated, which drives up the costs and balancing requirements. Xlinks was established to deliver large-scale renewable energy projects that provide cost-effective solutions to exactly these challenges. Our approach spans the full value chain, from generation, transmission, to financing and grid system integration at a multi-gigawatt scale. And underpinning all of this is our world-class board, management and delivery team. Just a few to mention: our Vice Chairman is Paddy Padmanathan, ex-CEO of Aqua Power, who built $85 billion worth of energy assets under his leadership. We have Sir Ian Davis, former chair of Rolls-Royce, board member at BP and global managing partner at McKinsey. On the executive side, our CEO, James Humphrey, was previously head of global capital projects at Shell and more recently completed a $24 billion ports and chemical project for ADNOC. And then there's our delivery team. These are people who've actually built the infrastructure. Nigel Williams was project director for North Sea Link, the world's longest operational HVDC subsea interconnector. Mohammed Sari was director at Mazen, and many, many others. So how do we actually solve these problems? The answer is in connecting electricity grids over long distances. The fundamental insight is that connecting grids allows for transport of electrons across north-south and east-west corridors, linking areas of abundant supply with areas of complementary demand profiles. As a point of comparison, 40% of the world's shipping is transporting hydrocarbons. Imagine this being eliminated by a much more efficient electricity transmission instead. There are two powerful dynamics at work. First, longitudinal transmission allows us to distribute attractive renewable resources, like the extraordinary solar and wind resources in Morocco, to high-demand centres in Europe. Second, transmission across time zones allows us to align generation with periods of peak demand. When it's past midnight in the UK and demand is low, the US East Coast is at peak demand. I know Simon will appreciate that one. Currently, we can transport power up to 5,000 kilometres using 525 kV cables, and it is expected it will double in the next 10 years as 1,000 kV subsea cables become a reality. This opportunity presents significant challenges, though, and constrained supply chains, scarce materials, cable-lay vessel capacity, security and reliability concerns, and the need for multi-vendor integration And these are not trivial challenges, but they're solvable with collaboration. Now let me walk you through our strategic project focus. At Xlinks, we develop 4 types of projects. The first and largest is the integrated large-scale power export projects, which incorporate transmission, generation, and storage. Second are the long-distance HVDC interconnections between 2 country grids, interconnector-only projects. Third are the mega-scale firm power solutions combining renewable generation and storage to create firm, resilient power, and 4th generation-only projects. Our strategic focus is to deliver complex, firm, dispatchable, renewable solutions, quasi-baseload power, integrated with HVDC export systems over long distances. Our team has been approached to develop projects worldwide requiring this unique set of capabilities. So how do we create this firm, flexible power? Let me give you an example of the Morocco-UK power project. Consistent wind provides a base, and as you can see with the orange line on the top left, this increases in the evening and night and drops again in the morning as the solar, which is cheap and consistent during the day, provides massive midday generation. And battery storage allows us to smooth that generation to deliver when it is most needed, increasing the capacity factor from about 65% naturally to over 85%. Now, as many of you will be aware, we had a setback this project in May. So setback to the project in May of this year when the UK government decided it no longer wanted to support a CFD. This sadly came as a bit of a surprise to us. Previously, it had given the project nationally significant infrastructure status, and we had been given indications that we would get the CFD. The economics of the project continue to be overwhelming. We have demonstrated our supply of power is more valuable to the grid than nuclear. We are 94% load factor between 7 a.m. and 11 p.m. during all peak hours in the UK. And that's compared to Hinkley, which would be approximately 90%. In addition, we offer black start capabilities and frequency response functions that the grid values highly for stability. We attended over 90% of our procurement to come in 1% under budget with all of the contingency unspent. And we had 24 billion debt of underwritten by 3 banks. Our CFD pricing that we need is £78 per megawatt hour, which is likely to be around that of the AR7 for supply, that is more valuable than the additionally highly correlated wind and half the price of Sizewell. We had demonstrated with a full review from UDSS, which was the firm that had undertaken the government's strategic defence review for the UK, and that our project presented no greater security risk than any other generating asset, and with additional diversity actually increased energy security. So why was it not approved? Sadly, we fell foul of Ed Miliband's new strategy for homegrown energy. And despite the UK's continued imports of uranium from Russia and imported gas, a dedicated supply from Morocco was deemed not to fit with the current government's new strategy. Sadly, this has delayed us, but good and viable projects will happen when the politics are right, and we're currently working on alternative offtakes, and you should watch this space. I think a good example to share is that of North Sea Link, the cable between the UK and Norway, that is an incredible example of engineering due to the fjords and mountains in West Norway, but also amazingly valuable economics. Norway, called the Battery of Europe, is able to store excess wind from the UK in its hydropower plants and release it back to the UK when it needs it. This project was started in 1991 and was invariably held up by the politics of it. In 2008, it was days away from being signed, but again, a political decision held it back. It came close a number of other times and was finally signed in 2015 and successfully completed on time and below budget in 2021. I understand that the project has been so successful that it paid for itself in about 3 years. It does go to show that good projects get built in the end, but I wish we had stronger political leadership in the West to do the right thing and at pace. We now have a number of projects on the go, not just the Morocco UK power project, but we are not ready to share all of them yet. However, let me share our long-term vision. As global renewable saturation occurs, the integration of renewables with point-to-point connections will shift to multi-nodal global grid optimization through real-time power shifting. In the near term, off-takers are looking to secure access to firm renewables, combined with point-to-point HVDC connections. Falling capex for HVDC and generation are making these projects economically compelling. Mid to long term, as renewables proliferate and firm up, the focus shifts from building more generation to efficiently shifting electrons. Multinodal systems will drive more efficient power systems, supported by continued technology cost reductions. We can expect to see the evolution of renewables connectivity that encourages all countries to participate and trade with each other. This requires a more expansive movement of bulk power over large distances via HVDC. In Southeast Asia, will be driven by connecting and shifting power between island grids, and the Americans will be driven by limited connection between inter- and intra-country grids. Now, to achieve this vision, we need to understand the evolution of HVDC system configurations. Let me explain the three configurations. Historically, HVDC has been deployed as point-to-point systems. These are mature, widely applied globally, with a single OEM designing and delivering on the project. The next evolution is radial multi-terminal systems. These have fewer converters and then point-to-point equivalents, meaning lower cost and lower footprint and lower losses. They ease grid congestion and support integration of offshore wind and AC grids. The future, however, is meshed multi-terminal systems. These provide redundant paths, increased availability, and reduced impact on AC grids. They ease consenting and grid congestion and include lower curtailment. However, they require DC protection systems, which are far more challenging than AC ones because DC does not have an oscillating frequency to allow the disconnection when the voltage passes through zero. The first multi-point scheme in the EU is the 1.2 gigawatt Caithness Moray Shetland project, fully commissioned in August last year. It was built in stages, but designed up front by Hitachi as multi-point. This is key. The operating system has to be designed as multi-point up front. It cannot be retrofitted. The schematic on the right-hand side that fully meshed HVDC networks is the dream, with full resilience built in. And it's not just a dream, it's already happening. The Zhangbei high voltage station in China is a working example of how meshed HVDC systems can operate. This is the world's first meshed VSC HVDC grid. It's a 4-terminal ring configuration operating at 500 kV with multi-directional power flow and enhanced grid controllability. It transmits up to 4.5 gigawatts of clean wind energy from Jiangsu to Beijing, powering approximately 9 million people. The mesh topology allows for dynamic power routing and fault resilience with converter stations capable of autonomous operation and coordinated control strategies. Critically, this utilizes advanced technology, DC circuit breakers, rare and complex at high voltages. Currently, Hitachi leads in the West, with Siemens and GE following, but none are yet operational in the EU. The key technical development here is the layered operating system, where a single central control system coordinates all the converter stations, the power management and protection control of the whole network. This provides total reliability and a very robust, stable HVDC network. This project was commissioned in June 2020 and was pivotal in ensuring reliable green power for the 22 Olympics, Winter Olympics, while offsetting 12.8 million tons of CO2 annually. So what does this mean for X-Links and for Europe? This is an illustrative diagram shows our vision of a meshed HVDC overlay. It's an HVDC backbone with the potential to interconnect with offshore wind hubs and onshore networks in France, Portugal, and beyond. The benefits for national TSO networks are immense. It supports stability and resilience, provides black start capability, facilitates market coupling and congestion relief, enhances security of supply via cross-border balancing, and lowers system inertia risks through grid-forming VSCs. For energy markets, it enables multi-directional power trading, provides access to an abundance of photovoltaic generation sources, significantly reduces curtailment of offshore renewables, and supports accelerated decarbonisation. We can expect to see the evolution of multi-point systems both on meshed HVDC grids, like the North Sea, and on longer transmission routes. This would allow transit countries to benefit from the transmission link via trading power and renewables. The map starts to look like a telecoms network where points of presence have daisy chain connections, and this will allow TSOs to have many more points of entry and exit for power flows, enhancing security of supply and improving energy economics via more efficient real-time power trading. Aside from the technical challenge, commercial trading and regulatory regimes also need to be developed. But let's also be honest. There are significant challenges to overcome. First, technical maturity, multi-vendor integration, interoperability, and technical standardization remain problematic. Vendor proprietary systems and closed interfaces inhibit seamless integration, and there are no universally adopted standards for MDDC architecture control protocols. Complex control and protection strategies lack validation at scale, especially under fault conditions, and cybersecurity by design requires a collaborative approach from various vendors. Second, the governance and regulatory challenges. We face fragmented cross-jurisdictional governance and regulatory regimes. Divergent frameworks create friction in project approval, asset classification, and operational mandates. And third, the commercial and financing contractual certainty and managing project-on-project risk remains complex. The benefits of multi-terminal systems come with a first-of-a-kind risk. Developers, TSOs, and national regulators will need to embrace these challenges to deliver benefits to customers. Historically, this has been problematic. Beyond multi-terminal systems, there are broader infrastructure challenges we must face. Deeper waters ahead are one of the biggest challenges for cable depth. And as interconnectors are getting longer, and with this comes deeper waters. This is a challenge that needs to be overcome to propel the industry forward. On this map, you can see the proposed projects and major areas of shallow water. To date, most cables have crossed shallow waters, but we're now seeing economic appetite for longer, deeper transmission routes. These are wonderful opportunities with excellent economics and significant first-mover advantages, but they require us to solve the deep water challenge. And this brings me to my final slide, which is the critical call to action for the cable industry. Collaboration and development are essential to extracting the maximum benefits for interconnectors. Cable manufacturers are understandably cautious about collaborative developments delivery due to technical IP and commercial competition. But this caution is stifling advancements in the possible depth and security of projects. Without improvements, future projects will face delays and may not be technically or commercially feasible. The wider adoption of 525 kV XLPE allows more OEMs to join the market, which is positive, but inter-OEM joints and deep water deployment remain blockers. So what's the solution? Collaboration. We need more collaboration from cable OEMs to work cohesively on projects and expand the development of interoperable cable joints and deep water joints. Collaboration has been extremely successful in the past, leading to the longest operational HVDC interconnector in the world, which is the North Sea Link. On security, while deep water keeps cables away from the most threats, the need to find faults over extended distances and depth remain challenging. Monitoring via fiber optic distributed acoustic sensing, DAS, is important and helped assuage the security concerns for the Morocco-UK power project. And adding distributed temperature sensing, DTS, will unlock detection of anomalies before failure happens. On cable depth, we need further advancements in the development of deep water HVDC joints for XLPE, and the development of cable installation capabilities at greater depth. The result would unlock longer and more complex projects, increasing the market size of the HVDC subsea cable. As the number and length of projects increases, so does demand for the HVDC cable, creating the need for a change in the delivery approach and driving dual benefits for manufacturers and developers. From our perspective, as developers, we'd like the HVDC cable and the converter industry to invest in capacity and skills. The market is heavily constrained. We also appreciate the support that we've received for non-TSO developers like Xlinks, as this is where innovation is more likely to be adopted. Specifically, we need deep water capability for depths like the Mediterranean 2.5 kilometers. We need 525 kV inline joints for XLP cables, lightweight armoring using Kevlar or aramid compounds, and better insulation ratings at 90 degrees. We need interoperability so that all cables can connect with any other, essentially a universal joint. We need better and faster repair services. Repair norms of 90 days or more are unacceptable, and we need repairs in around 30 days if HVDC transmission is to be relied upon. And we need more reasonable commercial propositions. We have seen what we believe to be excessively high reservation fees that are due to the constraints in the market. And this applies not only to cables, but also to converter stations and cable lay vessels. So let me bring this together. Our projects are not just infrastructure. They are where the blueprint for a future where the global grid enables the true energy security, decarbonisation at scale, and economic opportunity. We cannot do this alone. We need the cable industry to innovate and collaborate. We need regulators to harmonise frameworks and embrace multi-terminal systems. We need TSOs, OEMs, and developers to work together to solve the challenges of deep water development, interoperability, and supply chain constraints. The opportunity is immense. The technology is proven. The economics are compelling, and the urgency for the climate, for security, and for affordability has never been greater. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. We have time for one quick question from the audience. Do we have one? Right here.
Hi, on the standardisation for the meshed MTDC technology, how long do you think that could take to actually come to reality?
I think that's really that's not for me to answer that question. I think it's up for the cable manufacturers on there and the converter stations. So I think this is what I'm talking about in terms of collaboration. What you see is this is happening in China at scale at the moment. There's something like 38 HVDC long-distance sort of connections sort of built there, and we need to be able to be working a lot more collaboratively here to be able to achieve that.
Thank you.
We have one more? Otherwise, I'll ask mine then. I have a question for you. I think we all agree that what you've shown us today, sooner or later, is going to happen. So what makes you confident that now is the right time to push for this? Because you must believe that it will be a success, right?
I mean, clearly timing is everything. I think every great idea and sort of project is crazy until it's no longer crazy on there. And I think actually, when you actually look at the economic benefits for being able to deliver things like this, they are compelling. And so we have been approached effectively by quite a number of projects around the world to be able to start delivering this. And we believe the time is now, and it's working with the OEMs to be able to make that happen.
Perfect. Then, thank you very much, Simon.
Okay. Thank you.
So, our next presenter is Paul O'Rourke, Construction Director at Greenlink Interconnector. Paul, watch your step.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paul O'Rourke, the Construction Director at Greenlink Interconnector. Pleased to be with you here this morning to talk about the Greenlink Interconnector. I have 20 years' experience in building electrical infrastructure, in particular submarine cables and HVDC interconnectors. My job on Greenlink was to assemble and lead the construction team, to finalise negotiations for the main EPC contract, and to construct Greenlink ultimately on time, within budget, and to the highest standards of safety and quality, and I'm pleased to report that we were successful in those objectives. So just I'm going to run quickly through a project overview, timeline, touch a little bit on some of the main activities, and then focus a little bit on some key challenges. So the Greenlink Interconnector is a 190 kilometre long interconnector, 160 kilometres submarine, 25 kilometres on land in Ireland, 5 kilometres on land in Wales. It's a symmetrical monopole, plus minus 320 kV. Greenlink constructed 2 converter stations, one in Ireland, one in Wales. We also constructed a single bay tail station in Ireland. We constructed an AC connection to an existing 220 kV substation. On the Wales side, again, we built a converter station and we constructed a 400 kV connection to Pembroke 400 kV substation. There was space for a bay, and Enget built a bay for us as part of our connection agreement, approximately 1 kilometre of AC cables on each side. So a quick overview of the timeline from 2017 to 2021. This was planning, consents, licenses, regulatory agreements. We have cap and floor agreements with both Ofgem and the CRU, the Irish equivalent, and procurement commenced for EPC contract. In September 21, hot on the heels of receiving our planning permission in Ireland, we signed an EPC contract with a consortium of Siemens Energy and Sumitomo Electric. We then entered a limited notice to proceed phase, which mainly involved some site surveying, some reservation of slots, early design activities. In parallel, my colleagues were working through the financing of the project. In January 22, we granted access to site setup began, and then in March 2022, we had financial close and issued full notice to proceed to the consortium. And at that point, manufacturing and construction began. So from mid-2022 to mid-2024, the underground cables were installed, the converters were built, and the equipment was manufactured and installed. From September 23 to June 24, in 2 campaigns, the submarine cables were installed. So that's, I suppose, an autumn and a spring campaign. Cables laid and post-lay burial. I'll touch a little bit on that in a minute. From mid-24 to early 25, we had energisation and commissioning, and we achieved our target of power flows before the end of 2024. In February of this year, we started our 60-day trial operation. We only had to restart that once. After about 2 days, we had an issue with a current transformer that we quickly fixed and started again. And in early April, we successfully completed a 60-day trial operation, and we had handover immediately, takeover from the EPC contractor. So from that point on, then Greenlink owned the asset, and it's been in commercial operation. And there's not too much wood around here, but I'm touching whatever there is, that we haven't had any problems since then, and a successful operation. We had a very short 12-hour outage due to a market-related issue. So that's basically 3 years from start of construction to commercial operation. Up in the top right there, you can see a nice green field. That's what the converter site in Wexford looked like in 2020. And then if you went back there in July 22, it was effectively a quarry. So we had to basically cut the top off a hill, process all the rock, and we basically distributed the rock around the site. None of the material left the site. The material is all still there, and it gives kind of natural screening across the adjacent river. So we like drones. You'll probably see a few drone photos. You can see the site in Ireland develop over the time. February 23, a lot of structural work. Throughout, 23 it was mainly structural work, and then into 24, mid-24 onwards, then the electrical equipment was all installed on site, and we started doing basically systems testing on site during 24. That's the converter in Ireland. As it stands now, I'll show a little schematic of what everything is. A very compact site. The closest was there, the coolers, then the control building, then the converter halls with the DC halls either end. Sort of on the left there, you can see the 4 transformers with a spare transformer on each side. So I like to talk about things in football parlance. It's about 3 football fields, a very compact site. The tail station I mentioned on the far end, we built that what's called contestably in Ireland, and we have handed that over to Airgrid as the operator and ESB as the transmission asset owner. That's the model we have in Ireland. Storage building on site there, and the converter hall in the middle. Positive cable comes in one end, negative cable comes in the other, conversion in the middle, and then out into the transformers and out around into the tail station. This is the insides of the hall. Siemens Energy, I think, pretty standard, like to mount their equipment on the floor. There's 6 converter blocks in each converter station, 288 modules per converter block. 1,728 IGBTs switching 105 times per second. They're controlled by the sort of previous version of Siemens Energy Systems. All these modules were hardwired back to a control room, where there's a difference, I suppose, in the latest generation, where they're using fibre optics and cards basically in each of the towers to do the controlling of the switching, and it's all worked well, no issues so far. So onto the submarine cable. We have used a bundle configuration. The 2 cables are the same. They're 1,100 square mil aluminium. You might ask why aluminium, because it was cheaper than copper. There's a fibre optic cable, 24 cores, and we installed it in 2 campaigns. We did the Welsh end first with a bit of a challenge that I'll touch upon in a minute with the pull in at the Welsh end. And then we did the Irish end second, and we've 1 joint in the middle. The cables were buried using mainly jetting and some mechanical cutting in areas. There were a number of crossings, protection laid over the crossing, and then cable laid on top, and then rock placed on top. That image there is the connector ship being loaded with cable. The cable was manufactured in Japan and brought in 2 loads. The first load, we could bring it up the Suez Canal. The second load, we had to bring it around the Cape of Good Hope because of the Houthi rebel crisis. So we had a few global events to deal with during the project. With the Houthi rebel crisis, we also had COVID Omicron. Even in the course of trying to negotiate our EPC contracts, there was a challenge where you couldn't meet in person. And anyway, we sort of figured ways around that. We ultimately decided that the one place we could all meet was in Belfast, because we could come up from Southern Ireland and people could come in from the UK, and it just kind of, it worked out pretty well in summer of 2021. And of course, we also had the situation in Ukraine. Some of the materials were coming originally from Russia and Ukraine, and some of the design work was in the Ukraine, and that all had to be juggled around, but no impact on the timeline. So horizontal directional drilling, both ends, both landfalls, we've done HDDs. I think this technique worked out particularly well for us, where we, I suppose, had a simultaneous push-pull of the ducts. So we assembled the ducts in long 1,000-kilometre duct strings. Obviously takes up quite a significant amount of area, but it meant once we started, this machine here on the top right effectively pushes the ducts. So it was more of a pushing technique, and once we got going, you keep going. So it worked well. We've 2 ducts in each end, fibre and cable in one, and just a cable in the other one. And I'm sure people are aware of the benefits of HCDs. We didn't have to dig up the beach. We have two very popular tourist beaches, lots of surfers, beach users, dog walkers, swimmers, whatever, and we were able to do this work without any impact at all on beach users. In terms of burying the cable, a lot of the burial was done by Helix using the T1500 very high-powered jetter and the I-trencher mechanical cutter. As has a lot of experience working in the Irish Sea and in challenging seabed conditions like this. Jan Denal brought their new tool, the Swordfish, along, particularly successful in jetting mode. We're comfortably able to achieve 2 meters, and then in the chain cutting areas approximately more like 1 meter depth, and then in areas where we weren't able to achieve our minimum burial depths, we place rock using the Simon Stev and a Jan Denal, very, very large rock dumping ship. I think they claim it's the biggest in the world. I stand to be corrected. We ended up with 4 loads of rock. I think they're 31,000 tons each, using filter rock first of all, and then the armour rock on top of it. Some photos there of some construction activities. On the right, you can see HCD, duct, fibre and power cable together in that one. In the middle, we have some AC cable ducts, which we had to install in accordance with ESB specifications. We have now handed those cables over to ESB. We had a lot of interaction to do with them because ESB jointers must joint the cable, so we installed the ducts, they pulled the cable and did the jointing, so quite a bit of coordination to be done. And just on the left, a typical shot of what a joint bay looked like along our route, approximately every 1 kilometre. So on to testing and commissioning, huge amount of testing and commissioning. We have 2 grid codes to satisfy, 180 on-site commissioning tests, 122 of them were power flow, around 70 of them were grid code tests. Very slow ramp rate in Ireland. I know there's probably some colleagues from Airgrid here, but you're limited at 5 megawatts a minute. So that has to be factored in when you're defining all these tests and allocating time for them. We had 2 very large storms, 26 days of testing, 3 days cancelled due to system testing. There was 2 demand records set in Ireland in winter just gone, some very cold temperatures, so new demand records were set and very tight margins in GB around the same time. This is a quick overview of the testing commissioning timeline. So we did a lot of testing in Forchheim. We invited the TSOs. Forchheim is the Siemens Energy HVDC testing centre. So we tried to do as much as we possibly could there in functional and dynamic performance testing. The TSO still insisted that we do a significant number on site, which is their right. So from mid to end September, we were able to do the Penfro station testing in decoupled, which was great. We proved all the equipment, everything worked. So we're in a good place for when we will go coupled. The timeline in Ireland was a little bit behind, which I'll touch on in a minute. And basically through December and January, we hammered through all the testing, and by the end of January, we were able to go into the trial operation. So commission in December 24, 20 and 25, as I mentioned, some very challenging conditions, including Christmas and New Year's. The TSOs weren't particularly happy about testing in those periods, so there were some dates we just weren't allowed to test, which is fair enough. We developed our own profile tool, which allowed efficient adjustment of the schedules, and we were literally adjusting schedules minutes before submitting them to optimize how many tests we could do. So we were continually trying to do as many tests as possible in any sort of given profile, satisfy as many grid code and internal requirements. Despite all the challenges, we got it done ahead of schedule. Huge coordination required with all of the key players, the TSOs, ourselves, our consultants. Okay, so to touch on a few challenges. Offshore conditions, Irish Sea, quite stiff seabed and exposed to Atlantic weather patterns. So, we were aware that, this was going to generally be the case. However, when we did a survey in summer 22, we found a lot more boulders, for example, than we were expecting. So under our contract, that was going to be Greenlink's issue. We owned up to it straight away. We sat down with the contractor and we very quickly devised a boulder clearance campaign that worked really well. It cleared a lot of the route for burial in those areas. As I mentioned, we knew we were going to be hit with some stiff seabed conditions, so we immediately we had set out from the outset, which is very powerful, for example, jetters and chain cutting equipment. In terms of the rock berm design, this is something we kept in-house. We did a lot of work on optimising the design in different parts of the route, so we weren't just endlessly dumping rock at huge expense across the route. We did an exercise with DNV to sort of, to check all of our design calculations. That worked really well. I mentioned the Welsh end pull-in. We had quite a significant issue there due to bad weather. We weren't able to pull the cable end in last autumn, so we had to lay the cable end down and come and pick it up this year. So that required a lot of very quick collaboration between all parties, and it worked well, and we were able to continue with the laying last year and then do the pull-in this year. The second one I have here is building a substation in Ireland, and to be honest, in hindsight, looking back on it, we probably didn't have enough experience within the team to build a substation to these required standards, which are very bespoke. There's a lot of hardwired signalling, a lot of panels, a lot of interposing relays, this sort of stuff. The guys in Siemens Energy didn't, honestly speaking, none of us had enough experience, and we had to learn very, very fast. Unfortunately, it delayed the commissioning of the substation, and it kind of overlapped with the commissioning of the entire scheme. So we sat down with our contractor, we sort of did a deal, and basically for the final few months of the project, our team in Greenlink basically issued programs to the contractor. So we sort of drove all the programming for the final few months of the project, which worked well, I think. So I'll keep going. I have two more here. Cost and risk control. So the project budget was agreed with regulators in summer 21 prior to global commodity price increases. We had a small contingency, and coupled with cost increases and supply chain issues, put a lot of cost pressure on us right from the outset. We took a calculated risk to sign an EPC contract before we had our final consents, and because of this we were able, we probably had a contract that is probably not possible to get now. It worked very much in our favour. There was a lot of focus on costs throughout with our team, the use of value engineering proposals. We used to meet with the contractor every month in person. Despite the cost pressures, we always maintain contact and cordial relations. The next point I have here is complex telecommunications arrangements. After the contract was signed and into the project, I suppose you only really get into the telecoms challenges, and there was a decision made in summer 22 that Greenlink would be dispatched from Airgrid's headquarters in Dublin. So basically from that point we had to figure out all the telecommunications and how it was going to work. And this was not in the scope of our contractor. This is something that we had to take on ourselves. So it sort of became a project within a project. Our own Greenlink team had to become telecommunications experts. We roped in our consultants as best we could, and we really took control of all these activities. In parallel, Siemens Energy was developing the ROC, we call it, the Remote Operating Control Centre in Newcastle, and that will also have a role with the operations of Greenlink and the monitoring of signals. I don't propose to go through this, but this on the right, we ended up with 14 separate telecommunications links. I can safely say that nobody had any idea about this when we started out in the project. There's primaries, backups, from boat converters back to the oval. There's interstation communications. Then you have all of the metering that goes on, all the communications associated with that. National Grid have their own requirements. We've the HMIs in the converter stations. They have to talk to the remote operating control centre. So lots and lots of telecoms. And I mentioned that it fell upon Greenlink, I suppose, to achieve this. So various telecommunications cabinets needed to be installed, purchased by us, issued to the contractor, tell them to install it, basically. We had to take control of all that. So this is just a slide here. It shows Siemens Energy Remote Operating Control Centre. I believe they're going to be rolling more interconnectors into this as time goes on. There's process flows in place to manage alarms at different criticality levels, as you can imagine, manned 24/7. It acts as a first-line contact for both TSOs. They don't call Greenlink, they call the Siemens Energy Remote Operating Control Centre. So there's a couple of links there. If anyone wants to click on them, you can see the real-time flows across Greenlink, which has been pretty much operating around the clock, almost full power import, I think, Dermot mainly. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Do we have some questions for Paul?
I have a question.
Let's start here. If my microphone would work, I could.
Do you want to try this one?
Yeah, let's use this one then. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I'm Fiordalicia from Greenvale Capital. I had a quick question. You mentioned that you wouldn't be able to get the cable prices that you got if you were to procure today. Do you think that continues as more capacity comes online? Do you still think the market is very tight for cables and converter stations?
It's a good question. To be honest, I'm probably not the best person here to answer, but you know, the stories I hear are that, you know, prices remain high. You know, I think Simon touched upon reservation agreements. You know, we didn't have to do any of that when we procured Greenlink. So, you know, I hope for the developer's sake that these high reservation slot agreements come down or go away. Yeah.
Do we have more questions?
Hi there, Henry Oakes from Ensure Subsea. Yeah, really interesting project, and appreciate there's a lot in there on the telecoms at the back end of the slide pack. Given that Ireland's sort of a growing hub for data centres and things, have you ever considered selling capacity on the system as a fibre optic telecoms cable, or is it the wrong fibre type?
Really good question. To be honest, it kind of only dawned on us halfway through the project when people started knocking on our doors asking if there was any capacity. There's not really, there's only a few spare fibres. You know, and as you can imagine, like we've a DAS and DTS systems which are using fibres as well, and Siemens Energy are using it for interstation communications. So we need to keep a few spares, and we only have 24 in total. Yeah, and obviously, you know, we did sort of talk to the Crown Estate, and you know, the fees would go up if we were to be using the fibres commercially. So that was just something, unfortunately, we were kind of too late, really.
Thank you.
One more question.
Yeah, just a question. You mentioned in your paper robustly defended claims. Can you just give a bit of insight where they were coming from? Were they coming from contractors? Were they coming from third parties?
Yeah, so
Shut me up.
you know, I suppose I was more talking about the, you know, the contractors, and as you can imagine, offshore works, you know, the famous one is, oh, well, the seabed was stiffer than we thought it would be, you know. So we had a lot of discussions about progress rates in trenchers, for example. I'm sure loads of people have had similar discussions. So at times we had to use mechanisms in the contract to slow the trenchers down, and then, you know, we had reasonable endeavours in there. So, you know, we kind of, I don't think we had too many claims in the grand scheme of things, and we were certainly very reluctant to pay them. We would sit down with the contractor and see how we could work around it. You know, we were not signing off claims as they were coming in, and to be honest, we had excellent records all the way through. I always felt we'd better records than the contractors did, so we were well placed to defend their try-ons at times, to be honest, you know. Yeah.
Perfect. But then, Paul, thank you very much for your presentation.
Cheers.
And we will move on to the next presenter. That's going to be Michiel Jaarsveld, Global Market Manager at Teijin Aramid.
Good morning. Last man standing between us and the coffee break. I'm sorry for that. Thank you for your introduction and excellent pronunciation of my name, which is a challenge. My name is Michiel Jaarsveld. I work in research and development for Teijin Aramid. So this presentation risks getting a little bit technical. I hope I don't exaggerate. The presentation is going to be on lightweighting cables. Let's see if this pointer works. Yeah. So it is my business to replace steel armoring with our synthetic fibers that are lightweight. And typically this will be relevant for deep water installations. But I would also say it's not limited to that. There could be other reasons you would like to have a lightweight cable. We in Teijin Aramid, we feel it is important for such an innovation to be successful and to be acceptable, to reach out to not only our direct customers but also to the market at large, because we believe for the innovation to be successful, we need to understand what are the issues and problems that are felt in the world, and we need to convince you that our innovation is a safe and reliable one. So please get in touch with me and my colleagues Nico and John that are on the table in the coffee room. Agenda. An introduction to Teijin Aramid. We are a bit of an outlier, I think, in this conference, so I'll tell a little bit on our company and also on the products we made, their properties and applications. And I'll go to the yeah. Then this has happened before. It's all people. Thank you. Key properties for deep sea power that are relevant from our products for this market. And I'll dive a little bit into engineering issues that you may run into when you change from steel to synthetic fibers, and how we are confident that we've got all boxes ticked for this application. Teijin Aramid, well, to start off with, we are part of a Teijin group, doing more than fiber production, but also in the Teijin group you'll find more material businesses, including carbon fiber, for example. But we are in the business unit of Aramid fibers. We carry 3 brand names: Twaron, Technora, Teijin Conex. I'll focus mostly on the first one here, Twaron. It's the, let's say, most all-round fiber of them all, with the best value for money in terms of achieving high modulus. It's produced in the Netherlands. Technora is, I would say, the beautiful sister of Twaron, produced in Japan, and it's just a little bit stronger, just a little bit more resistant to temperature and chemicals, but it's a bit of overdoing things, if you like, for this application. And then we have Teijin Conex, which is not so much of a technical fiber. It is a textile fiber used in the protective workwear industry. So you will encounter it working in working clothes, fireproof working clothes, but it's not relevant for cable designs or so. So mostly Twaron in this presentation. We see application of Twaron in various industries, including aerospace, automotive, ballistics, optical fiber cables and energy. And typically what we see is that in these applications, on the long term, steel has been replaced by synthetic fibers. Maybe a very clear one would be the ballistic field, coming from the Middle Ages with knights in shining armor. Nowadays, military and police in the field are carrying lightweight synthetic solutions that are obviously lighter but also stronger than steel. Automotive is also an interesting one, as the steel constructions in the carcass of a tire can be replaced by Aramids, by Twaron, in order to make the tires lighter and more fuel efficient. Optical fiber cables is a funny one in the sense that it's kind of a subsea power cable in miniature version. In a power cable, the function of armoring would be to reduce strains on the conductor. Well, similarly in optical fiber cables, the optical fiber cables need to be protected against too much elongation, and in cables that are load-bearing in optical in the overseas business, you will also find armoring by aramids. So it's kind of a similar situation to armoring of power cables, just miniaturized. And then in the energy business, it's noteworthy, let's say, traditionally, of course, all piping is steel. And of course, still a lot of piping is steel because steel is a great product. But for specific applications, you find reinforced thermoplastic pipes that are reinforced by aramids. But also in the energy business, you see it in mooring systems and offshore applications at large, and also in the deep sea. A bit on, well, the variation in aramids that are present. I already mentioned there's a difference in chemistry. That's PPTA. I'll not go into much detail, but that's, let's say, an aromatic. So that's the aromatic ring over here. It's an aromatic molecule bonded by polyamide bindings, so therefore the word aramid, aromatic polyamide. This is our Twaron product, but we also have Technora, which is a modified version with a third monomer involved. See if I get the hang of this. Third monomer involved, so there's a difference in chemistry. Then there's, in production, there's differences in the solution process. All these fibers are spun from solvents, and how you dissolve, and then after how you solidify and form the structure of the polymer is relevant to the later properties. The solvent also needs to be washed out, otherwise you'll get into trouble on the long-term behavior of the fibers. And there's stretching steps that especially determine things like, I still don't get the hang of this thing. The stretching steps that determine things like modulus and also dimensional stability, avoidance of creep. So basically what we need is low cable weight, high stiffness, and high dimensional stability. I'll skip over this one. The key properties we think are relevant for deep sea power cables is that during installation, cables are loaded by many things, including cable weight, but then moving to deep waters, this cable weight becomes a dominant factor. So also the limit, there's a limit to how deep you can go with metals, and the trick there is that you need to have a high stiffness to weight underwater ratio. And of course, for synthetic materials, where the density is getting close to the density of water, the weight underwater dwindles, and therefore this ratio becomes much higher than you would get from any metal. That would result in practice this is a calculation we had done by BPP cables for a cable design. It doesn't really matter. Don't look too much at what's on the horizontal and vertical axis. But if you go to, at least quantitatively, but if you go to greater depths, at some point the weight of the armor spirals out of control just because of the self weight of steel. Now, where do we feel we are in this in the value chain of subsea power cables? Well, we are a humble supplier of, let's say, the basic materials, so all the way on the left. But we try to be involved, well, with you, with many people in the value chain from our perspective. And of course, our main knowledge is on our yarns, to optimize grades that suit the application, and knowing all the limitations. I always like to say, we break things in our lab so you don't break them in practice. So knowing all the limitations and boundaries of our materials, but we also try to be involved in converting this into a tension member that will be converted into the power cable. We try to assist in guidelines on how to process our products. Then of course we get a little bit less relevant, but in the installation use phase also I think it's useful to have discussions like I hope to have the coming days with you, And for example, in the use phase, there were a few things already passing by in the prior presentations, and the Greenvolt project was mentioned, the effect of lengthening AC cables, and there you could think that, you can imagine that having synthetic armoring will reduce armoring losses, so widening the application of AC cables even. Anchoring risks, of course, have been mentioned, and I always like to think that, well, our material that is being used in the ballistic protection, could it also be a minor but contributing factor in protecting cables? And of course, in the X-Links presentation, there has been mention of these deep sea challenges. I think that's why we hope to play a big role. I forgot to mention, but of course, in the end, there's the end of life, and end of life in our world has to be the beginning of a new cycle, and we have recycling programs in place to recycle end-of-life products back into fibers in various ways. A few technical words on engineering with aramids, and this is just to show how we hope we can help in accepting aramids, because if you move from, let's say, engineering with traditional materials, typically steel, we are pretty well aware of what mechanical properties are in terms of tensile curves, so stress versus strain, and then a few funny things happen if you move into the synthetic fiber world. One is, for example, we use units that are typically defined as strength over weight, so that we always shine a little bit more when we divide it by our density. So that happens. You see things happening that in this case, these are tensile curves of exactly the same material, just a little bit different pre-processing, and you find different results. Another thing to highlight, the elongation is small, so we are talking about high performance, very stiff fibers, so small elongations, but very high forces. This 2,500 milliNewton per tex, whatever it is, it's very common in textile industry, but this is actually 3.6 gigapascal, if you like. So if you would merge two pictures together, just for illustration, things would look like this. We are really off the scale if you compare to traditional materials. Traditional polymers will have much lower strength, but lower elongations. And of course, in steel, and of course, we neatly divide by the density again to make us shine a little bit. We are really off the scale in terms of strength and stiffness. In terms of successfully applying fiber in this, in subsea power cables, we find it's also very crucial to know exactly tensile behavior. And I'm just showing a few details. Typical for power cables is that the conductors can only allow for a very, very small amount of stretch. So you really have to focus on the very, very beginning of the tensile curve and what's happening there. What you see is that if you compare grades of polymer, and these are two aramid fibers, but if you compare grades in the very first tenths of percent of elongation, the performance difference can be huge. Even if, let's say, in a spec sheet, the modulus is defined, typically the modulus is defined as the stiffness of this curve a little bit further on. They may seem similar, but in practice, what the application will see is quite different. So it's very important to know these kind of little details. Another one would be creep. We need to be very dimensionally stable. Not only we need to be able to have a stiff solution for a few minutes, but I think it needs to be stiff for hours during installation or reparation of cables. And there you also see some interesting stuff happening with some polymeric, typically the olefinic high-performance fibers. Even if they're claimed to have no creep, well, they creep. And everything creeps, steel creeps, the whole world creeps. But at least we have very thorough information on our creep behavior, which is pretty much in check. And I would say this is a somewhat older high modulus yarn type. Our newest ultra high modulus yarn types, especially in creep, are again showing reduced behavior. Then more of these devils and details. Like I say, we try to break things so you don't. Also, this has to survive in marine conditions. Well, luckily we have a track record. Twaron's not only Twaron's a new kid on the block in terms of subsea power cables, but in general in the energy business and the offshore industry, we do have a track record in practice, but also on lab scale. We have put our materials to the test in very long-term and various experiments. Just for illustration, I put here, well, modulus retention of various products, and you see here this is this test that took 2 years, and we have a lot of these kind of data to make sure that at elevated temperatures, and using time temperature superpositions to make sure that for lifetime, the intended lifetime of the products, properties stay correct. And now this is a bit of a boring graph. It's good for a brochure because things go right, and here again things go right if we put a little bit more severe conditions. So the prior one was 60 degrees. This would be near boiling temperature. We've added some acidity, and still modulus doesn't do much. But to really understand where the limits are, we do go on and on until we meet a limit. And for example, strength retention in these kind of conditions, near boiling, acidic, then you see some separation between products. And you really need to make sure, using these experiments and also using time temperature superposition, that you have a safe solution that will last for 20 or 30 years, or whatever is required for a cable. Just to note that these are not all our own products. There's some competition material in here to make it stand out. All this information we have in R&D, but also write them down in information notes for customers to be accessed. And this is actually a call to get in touch with us. We have all this information. We hope we can learn from you what is important for you. What are your question marks for accepting and trusting this innovation? So we can learn to optimize our offerings, to optimize our products, and to convince you that this is a beautiful solution. And it's a beautiful solution, hopefully enabling deep sea deployment of cables. But you could also say a lightweight cable would also have advantages in transportation and installation. We're free of corrosion. Light and stiff, and very low creep, as I mentioned before. So that will be the end of my presentation. One extra minute to the coffee break, I hope. That was it.
Okay. Do we have questions right here in the front?
Thanks very much for that. Scott Gartshaw, I'm from Oz, but given that most of even telecoms, power cables, everything, a major design factor in the cable deployment machinery, and particularly the burial machinery, is mass is very much a friend in the cable, if you know what I mean. The mass of the cable works, particularly in jetting operations. So I have a twofold question. The first one is, how do you see the reduction in mass affecting normal burial methods? And then, as a secondary, if you move to more lightweight conductors, which is starting to happen, how do you imagine the overall weight of the cable will perform, and have you considered that?
I think it's a clear question. At some points, in some designs, mass is an advantage. So there's no reason to move to aramids, I would say, for this reason. It's like also most piping in industry would still be metal, but there's we are a little bit in a niche. There's some combination of properties where you would need, or some combination of conditions that you would need lightweight, and easy burial would not be one of them, obviously. It's more of a question for you to answer. Do I need weight to bury my cable? Stick with steel. Like many piping is still steel, and many car tires are still having steel reinforcement. I mean, if you go to Formula One, no, it's aramid. But my humble car at home still has simple aramid, steel. How do you call it? Carcass. So it's not for every situation, I want to say. You really need the benefit of lightweight in terms of transportation, installation, or simply tensile behavior during installation in deep waters. Yeah.
Do we have other questions? Can we get a microphone? Sure.
Yeah, you mentioned this niche in the market, which is probably the deep sea situations where the weight really matters. Is there an economic threshold, like in terms of depth, where we start seeing the benefits of aramid versus steel?
There will be a threshold. It's pretty hard for me to give a general. We've stated in our title 1,000 meter plus. I don't think it has a hard boundary. I think it all depends on very specific, the very specific cable design. I mean, if you change from copper to aluminum, of course, that changes the threshold simply. So it's not easy, I think, to give a general rule of thumb when it will become relevant. But let's say there's a hard limit at some point where you cannot do steel anymore because things have spiraled completely out of control. But you can imagine that way before that, the extra kilograms of metal still have to be paid for, and despite synthetics being more expensive per kg than steel, at some point the added mass of steel will simply become more expensive. And whether that is at 1,500 meters or 2,000 meters, or really depends on on a very specific cable design, and that's actually a little bit outside of my expertise, I would say.
Should we have one more question? Here we have one.
Good morning, Jurgen Zelmers from Osbit. I know your application, your fibers from the past from deep sea hoisting, pretty similar to the challenge we have in the deep water export cables and interconnectors. There were basically two challenges for us, and that's the handling of the cables being more fragile and sensitive than steel. And the other thing was always heat was a challenge. Beyond a certain threshold, the cable would deteriorate pretty rapidly. I do see you have done tests with the boiling water, but how about the internal source, the actual cores heating up? Is that a challenge?
It is, yeah. Last question then. Yes, it is something you need to take into account. Fortunately for us, in a way, the temperature of a cable is typically limited by the isolator. So the highest temperatures will occur, of course, close to the conductor, and limits are typically put on the isolating, like say the cross-linked polyethylene that will limit use temperatures. That will kind of protect the limits to what our aramid will be exposed to. But you need to be careful. You need to think it through, think well on these kind of degradation properties. Let's say degradation, and then also need to split it up between degradation of strength and modulus. This is a modulus application, so that's quite different. And strength we have in excess in a way. If you design for modulus, you're compared to steel, I would say, the strength you get is tenfold. We are, like I showed on this in the comparative graph, the tensile curve. Our tensile curve would end up on the third floor. So we have some margin for error there. But is that were that all your questions, or?
The other one is about handling, but I think that's really detail about how you can we use, let's say, the similar equipment as we use now.
Yes, the short answer.
Okay, thanks.
Good. Perfect. But then, thank you very much for your presentation. And congratulations to everybody that made it this far. This was the longest stint we have on the agenda. 6 presentations in a row. So we deserve a 30-minute break until 11:40. As per, is it 11:40? Yes, 11:40. I'll give a signal about 5 minutes before by clapping that we should make our way back in. Thank you. All right. Let's slowly get started. I owe you something. You asked a question.
Can I show you something?
Sure.
I just received a new image.
Ah, I've seen that. I think, yeah. On
Look at
LinkedIn.
that.
Yeah, it's massive.
It's now like photorealistic, huh?
Yeah.
We're actually building a Lego model.
Okay.
For the show next week.
Where is it? In offshore wind?
In Amsterdam.
Yeah, perfect. Awesome. I have a Lego model of the Victoria, but it's this big. So. Yeah. The bad thing with Lego is they got too expensive to give away as a gift.
We have like a small trench here.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Good. But then I see the doors are closed. I imagine that a few more people will slowly follow, but let's get started anyway. So if we could dial it down a little bit for our next speaker. Our next speaker will be Michael J. Brooks, Senior Executive at TGS 4C Offshore. Michael, please come to the stage.
Gentlemen, I'm going to start. Good morning. There's Michael Brooks, TGS 4C Offshore. I'm hesitating because since TGS took us over, we're not quite sure what we are, what we're doing, because TGS are a global leader in streamer technology. We are subsea cable consultants. The merging of the two disciplines is still ongoing. So what I'm trying to do today is just give you a broad brush overview of what goes on from our point of view in the market. So if I got this right, that's us, offshore, onshore, wind and power transmission. The onshore bit's a new addition, which Jose, my colleague over there, might explain to me what we're supposed to be doing with onshore wind. And power and intelligence, that's just a strap line that we use. Complexities of subsea cable installation and operation. The object of the exercise to achieve the dynamics of the investment, protect the capital, and make sure that the cable does what it's supposed to do, which is supply power from A to B, and continues to supply power from A to B. A bit of a market overview. The global wind power capacity is forecast to double from that at present by 2035. Grid transmission investment in the current climate is essential to achieve this while we phase out fossil fuel. Policy drivers, net zero targets, EU Green Deal, Inflation Reduction Act, etc. Not helped, and I did detect the frustration in Simon Morris's paper about the Morocco link getting binned by Mr. Miliband, Ed Miliband. I do wonder what page he's on sometimes, Mr. Miliband, but anyhow, that's not what I'm here to talk about. This is from our analysis side. 4C have a database, investigation, marketing, viewpoint, very good team. And that is their last effort to anticipate what the global demand for cable is going to be. I'm not going to go into the details, but there's a lot of cable. This, I think, is an interesting aspect, which also bears out what Simon was saying. This was published in the Financial Times about 3 months ago. And what it's showing is going forward, solar is going to be one of our main sources of energy. Given that it is generated predominantly along the North African coast and other areas which have a lot of sun, how do we get it to where it's needed, which is the European industrial cities, databases, cities that need a lot of power? That means subsea cables. It's the only way to do it. But that demonstrates the potential that we have for energy transfer using solar. Money side, power balancing. This is just a snapshot, October 25, showing import-export to the UK, where 14.6% is being relied on through interconnectors of our power demand. And you can see there the oscillations in what's been pulled in. Go on to the next one. You see the fluctuations in the price per megawatt, and that's what it's all about. Buy cheap, sell expensive, vice versa, transfer, as well as energy security. We're having in the UK problems with negative pricing. Recently, Scottish wind farm generator was paid something like 30 million for spinning off surplus power generated because we didn't have the ability to transfer that power through cables, national grid, interconnectors. The way, and I know we've got some off-gen people here, the way it's structured, they get paid. If they generate, even if it's not taken, they still get paid. So that's an imbalance that probably needs to be addressed, which can be addressed with more grid reinforcement going on, which I'm coming to now. Those are our UK interconnectors on the left. There are several more about to come on. Yes, I've got NewConnect on there. NewConnect's not actually working yet, but that is due to come on stream quite soon. On the right, we are looking at what we call the grid reinforcement. They are interconnector cables, but they're bringing power from areas of high generation, mainly in the north, down to the hubs where it's needed. That is underway at the moment, but it's not going to be achieved overnight. Now, failures. Again, our research people have done a view on this, looking at approximately 35,000 kilometres of interconnector cables. And they are seeing there that we've had something like 383 cable failures that we know of. It breaks down 129 to miscellaneous causes. Insurers probably know more about that one because of their settlements with the owners or with the operators. 59 installation errors, 25 external impacts, 21 design flaws, 17 environmental factors. And I'm minded of the Green Link paper, finding all those boulders, which I would consider environmental factors, but they obviously cured it, got the cable down to depth, protected. Right, insurance. Not a good word at the moment. I think one or two insurance specialists are here, might add or subtract to that. But claims data is not too clever. And I've had a lot of approaches from underwriters saying, why? What's going on? Why are we getting these huge big claims? And the other issue with this, my last line there, the kinetic energy of every incident is different. No two cable failures are the same. Each one has got a case history of its own, does its own way of getting there and its own way. Well, generally speaking, the repair's probably fairly standard. But you have to look at the details, and we've got people here who do look at the detail. How much they're allowed to tell us about what they see in this detail, I'm not sure, but a lot of this stuff is covered by confidentiality agreements. Subsea cable failure, historic cable failure, you can see there. And just trying to remember what I said on the other one. Right, the caption on the right doesn't come from me, comes from Horizon Point. And they are saying that statistics show that 99.9% of all cables are going to fail at some point in their operational life. And if this is to be believed, by the year 25, the cumulative probability of at least one failure per 100 kilometres of subsea cable is 99.4%. Now, I don't know where they got this data from, but it's an interesting read, and that's an independent perspective. Then, looking at underwriting cables against failures, increasingly complex. Recent discussions with the Marine Insurers and Underwriters Conference that I was invited to speak at mentioned damages to subsea cables are out of control, business interruption costing up to 40 million and claims up to 100 million. I've got another slide which actually goes further than that, which will come in a minute. Brokers are saying that it's affecting the capacity of the market. And the other problem we have here is that the industry suffers from incident secrecy. We're not getting told the full picture of what's going wrong, why it's going wrong, so that at least the industry can try and address it in a unified manner going forward. That even includes the competence of the contractor, the right vessels, the wrong vessels, how it's gone about, seasonal influences and so on. The submarine cable in the UK, Pipeline Act rather in the UK, did require all pipelines, gas and oil, to be reported statutory on an annual basis on the condition, problems they had, and that database was available to all the pipeline operators, so you could see what was going on, and they learned from it. This is a clip from G-Cube, and he's just given us what's basically pretty obvious, that they're concerned. Competence of people, equipment, also the pressure from the clients to get the job done. Not necessarily taking shortcuts, but I've been involved in a couple of operations where we were forced to go back onto a cable operation in the middle of winter. Who takes the risk? And the only reason he wanted us to go back in the middle of winter is because he needed to hit a certain, what was a renewable obligation target by the following spring. If the cable wasn't in, he didn't get that target. So the pressure was on. We had a lot of problems with the cable layer and the vessel, but we achieved it in the end. And then, of course, it's the argument, claims, who pays, so on, etc. Yeah, security. This is third party. Sabotage. Again, I stand to be corrected by some of the experts here, but I am hearing via one or two of my sources, and that sabotage in an offshore energy project, this includes the cable, will be excluded in the latest policy wording. So in other words, the insured cable owner would suffer the claims with no compensation from insurers. Nord Stream was denied by insurers on the basis of its policy excluded war. Is Ukraine at war with Russia? I know Putin calls it a special operation, but that's the view of underwriters, plus detonation of explosives. Some insurers are thinking about offering war coverage, but only cover clear, directed acts of aggression, not opaque sabotage events as current. Now, I put something on the side there because one of them probably was caused by, whether we call it sabotage. First example, and my friend sitting over there will know exactly what I'm talking about there. Major North Sea UK fault. Two faults, 2021. Total cost of repairs that we know of, 51.1 million. Total business interruption, 69.69 million. Not yet fully disclosed. But what I can say is that the premium for it went from 3.2 to 11.4 million per annum. And that's from 2 years ago. S-Link, which happened earlier this year, interesting one. It was returned, again, by the efficient operation of my friend sitting next to me. Cost 50, 60 million. Business interruption, it's a big figure, it's 39 to 100. The reason for that is that part of it is being recovered through escalated energy charges to the Baltic nations, the taxpayer, the consumer. So that's a complicated one, but it shows the impact of a power cable going down where you're beginning to rely on it totally. This is just probably speaking the obvious. Reactive power is critical for stable voltage levels. This has to be part of the way it's going. Now, with the increase in demand for green energy, UK grid capacity is completely restricted. And overland grid reinforcement takes a long time, a lot of issues, planning and so on, etc. Subsea HVDC is the way to go, and that is what's happening. And it can happen a lot faster, but it requires a unique skill set, specialist marine operators, cable technicians, investment, state-of-the-art cable vessels, CPS and logistical support facilities, imperative to achieve cable security and get it working first time and keep it working. Where we come in at 4C, identification, reduction, mitigation, complexities of marine infrastructure, installation and operator requires high upfront capital outlay, long lead time for energy generation. Applying the correct disciplines reduces the incidence of failure. I'm not saying it's going to not have any failures, but it reduces the incidence. So it's essential in our view that the key participants, the owner, developer, financiers, insurers, all brought together early in the intended installation. Route engineering, design, agreed, simulated risk on both sides. Which way do we go? If we go that way, it's going to be one price. If it goes that way, it's going to be other price. But we're avoiding shipping channels, we're avoiding areas of known unknowns. And a risk-based approach is the only way to do it. Understanding the risk, all parties, with long-term risk mitigation is vital to success. Neglecting these elements, you do it at your peril. And again, I go back to the Green Link one, which was impressive to see that they got on top of the problem when they realised they had problems and obviously achieved the objectives. That's the approach that needs to be taken. But I do question why, where suddenly all these boulders present, what went wrong with the pre-route survey? That's not for me to say. Our approach to due diligence, DTS, is covered by those 7 disciplines there. I'm not going to read them all out. But each one of those not only has to be implemented, but it has to be revisited again and again and again. As you're going through the project, something that's varied, you need to go back to how does that influence the critical path or something else. Keeping to those disciplines, you will get there in the end. Understanding seafloor dynamics, plus continuous post-lay monitoring, essential. Seabed moves, anchor damage, easterly gales, UK coast. I experienced on a pipeline, South India pipeline, where we were supporting the contractor, Saipan, and we had a severe easterly gale, and up to 10 kilometres, we experienced a 1.5 metre shift downwards in the seabed. It just disappeared. 6 months later, it was coming back in again. But what happened to that pipe during those periods when it was completely uncovered, even though it had already been trenched in? So you need to do post-lay monitoring of the stability of a pipe or cable, as this is. And in that case, you need to decide on seasonal influence as well. If we know we're going to have severe easterly gales with a lot of seabed movement, and the records are there, it can be proved that that happens, then you get out there and double-check what's going on with your cable before you get a problem with it. The one picture on the left is a cable route, and what you see there is those red shades are gravel waves that are moving north-south. So at some point, the cable is going to be covered or uncovered, but that needs to be continuously monitored as you go forward. Right, the C is missing there, but I'm just talking about cable installation vessels. The last 5 years has seen quite an uptick in the very large cable installation vessels coming onto the market. There is a slight problem for the smaller independents that capital recovery is for ships that were built 5 years ago, anticipating a life 15, 20 years. Suddenly, are they going to be able to compete with the new big ones that are coming in with in excess of 20,000-ton capacity? We've got 12,000-ton capacity with building up to be the norm. Suddenly, we've broken through that. And I also go back to what Horizon Bridge there predicted 99% of cables will suffer faults. That actually works well for the smaller ships, for getting in to do the repairs while the bigger ships do the installations. Because clearly we're going to need modern, competent vessels teams who are able to get out there, do a repair quickly and properly, return the cable to fully functioning serviceability, and then wait for the next repair to come along. So there's an interesting set of dynamics. State-of-the-art installation vessels. I'm just covering two which have recently hit the water. Jan de Nijl, Building 2. One of them, I think, is 28,000 tonnes. That's a lot of cable. Dare I say, I'm not sure if they were looking at the Excellence project for that, which is not quite happening now, but it's there. They're building them. Brisbane have also built a 19,500 tonne 3 carousels, and they're designed for the challenging worldwide installation conditions that we are seeing, particularly as we talk about these longer cables. And the benefit there is that the last line, both companies have strong balance sheets, so they're able to finance it on the basis of their assets. Jan de Nijl, huge dredging fleet and other associated equipment, they are able to take the risk to build 2 DP3 cable vessels on the strength of their balance sheet. And that, I think, is the way some of this is going to go. And the oil market has shown, particularly the way the Norwegians are tearing each other apart, where we've had a collapse in some of the specialist oil work. They're all arguing with each other as who's going to pay, because we've got these brand new vessels, nowhere to go, and all they can do is work on oil field exploration. So, and in those cases, they were ship owners with no other ships. They just had supply boats, or they had anchor handlers, didn't have anything else. No work for anchor handlers, no money coming in. Here, Jan de Nijl and Brisbane can spread it out, as can NKT. I know, I can see. Going forward, offshore site characterization helps identify the routes. I know I've run out of time, I can see that, Jacob. Case studies, Western Link. This is one of our case studies that we did to prove the suitability and the serviceability of the Western Link, which is ongoing the whole time. Unseen hazards, you probably recognise a lot of them. Underwater explosives. The 1, 2, 3, third slide from the left, you probably can't see it, but that's a very deep trench with a cable, and running through the middle of it are 2 long channels. Once a year, very large trawlers leave Northern Ireland and go down the middle of the Irish Sea into this deep trench, dragging their big trawls along. Where's your cable? Got to protect it. I show unexploded munitions there. They are there. Where they're uncovered, they can move about. So whereas your cable is clear, 6 months' time, after weather conditions, etc., or disturbance, it's got one of those sitting on top of it or next to it. So you have to keep monitoring. And the fishy story, well, it's the fishy story. So that's my paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
I'm out of time for a question.
Now we have some. We only put 20 minutes on the clock, so we do have time for 1 or 2 questions from the audience. No? Then I'll ask my own. Yeah. You spoke quite a bit about failures and improving, protection of cables, avoiding failures, but also improving repairs. Where do we need to focus more right now? Which part of the equation?
I think it's got to be everything.
We focus on everything.
I mean, it's got to really focus across the board.
Yeah.
Protection, yes. Do you need to do protection? Well, that's what comes from the monitoring surveys, when you understand the geology of the seabed, also whether you've trenched it in to start with, just make sure it remains trenched. Areas with high mobility, you've really got to watch. I mean, we see North Wales coast. They're always repairing cables on, and admittedly, wind farms. Why? Because it's very mobile seabed. And no matter how much they bury them, protect them, they still go wrong, get clobbered. There's a lot of fishing activity up there. And then you've got the continuous battle between fishermen, which is our livelihood. We're not taking any notice of your mandates for cables. So what was your other question?
Whether we need to focus on avoiding
What do
repairs.
you concentrate? I think that's up to the investor. That's the man who needs the
Ends
money.
up paying, yeah. Yeah, we'll find ways to spend money on something.
Yeah.
Good. Do we have a question? There is one here. Yes.
Hi, Michael. Very interesting. Thanks for that. Just to respond on the point about boulders and Greenlink, and it's probably, I think, quite a sort of a relevant point, you know, across other projects as well. So I suppose quite typically Greenlink did a survey of about 500 metre SWAT width in 2019, and that was to sort of identify if there was a feasible route. Then in 2022, we did a much higher resolution survey of a 50 metre SWAT width. And that's, yeah, I suppose the initial survey, there was some indication of boulders. Then we did this more detailed route survey and found that there was a lot more boulders in certain areas. And that's what enabled us, I suppose, to proactively plan a boulder campaign.
Well, going back to the dynamics from your costings, which is part of what I think Jacob was asking, did that throw your numbers out? Because suddenly, gosh, we've got a lot more boulders to move than we thought we had, having already agreed the budgets.
I would say not really, because we offset it against the costs of rock dumping. You know, if we had to surface lay the cable in that area and put rock down, I think we calculated that it would have cost more. So a sort of a well-timed boulder clearance campaign worked out quite well, actually.
Well, I think it's also a balance, right, between investing into prevention and then paying for the cure or the risk of an issue.
What I would say, Jacob, if you've got any influence on how these go forward, we need more toolbox talks like we've just listened to.
Yeah.
This is a day in the life of, this is what happened. Really?
Yes.
We don't hear enough of it.
Perfect. But then the more projects like this we finish, the more we will learn. So you need to come more often as well. Perfect. But then, thank you very much, Michael. We made it. Good job. Perfect. Then let's move on to our next presenter. That's going to be Jonathan Wood, Project Director for Torcan Interconnector at Copenhagen Infrastructure Service.
Afternoon all. Yes, thanks very much, Jacob. And the aim of this talk is just to give you an idea of some of the things that, as developers, we start to consider and the risks that we're seeing, particularly external risks to the development of interconnectors. And hopefully there'll be something that's relevant to the conversations that have gone before. Something that we'll start with is just a bit of a drill down into CIP, who are the main investor on Tarcon. You'll see that CIP is a fairly new entity, so founded in 2012, but already one of the most significant greenfield renewable energy investors in the world. The amount of funds that we've obviously developed so far equate to around 33 billion across a diversified portfolio of technologies and geographies. As you can see, we've got a global presence looking at development, construction and operations of various renewable energy projects. You can also see that we have a number of different partners who are investors in the funds, institutional investors from pension funds to family offices and sovereign wealth funds. And the statistics obviously speak to the amount of ambition that as a company CIP has to really drive forward renewable energy investment globally and contribute to net zero targets. As part of that sort of global reach, just wanted to show a little bit about the diversification. Obviously the colours don't necessarily come through when you're presenting with this much detail on slide, but nevertheless, it's important to see that we do have different technologies, different projects which are ongoing. The roots of CIP were from an on and offshore wind background. As you can see on the sort of the light blue and dark blue on the right-hand side of the top pie chart, they make up still the majority of CIP's investment portfolio globally. And we have a fair balance between Europe, the Asia-Pacific region and the Americas in terms of the investments that we have ongoing. A little bit about CIP and the way that it structures itself. So we have a number of people globally. You can see from the graphs how they are spread. Someone earlier mentioned to me about how the companies are structured, and I won't go into the detail of that because, as with any large company, it becomes complex, and I think CIP probably wins for most complex corporate structure. But within the umbrella, we have almost 2,500 people active on the 150 gigawatt pipeline, working across either CIP or its platform companies. Just wanted to draw ourselves into UK market. This is obviously still a priority for CIP with a large pipeline of investments, whether it be for solar, transmission infrastructure such as Tarkon, or on and offshore wind. We see it as a buoyant market, an area of opportunity, certainly for the next 15 to 20 years, somewhere where hopefully CIP and the investments that are made can make a real positive difference. I'll get on to some of the more project-specific topics. So Tarkon, for which I'm grateful to be the project director of. A little bit of a snapshot of the fundamentals. So it's a 1.4 gigawatt VSC converter, XLPE cable, 525 kV bipole interconnector between GB and Germany. We are connecting in on the UK side to a new substation as part of the Great Grid Upgrade, which is at Ardley. It's part of the Norwich to Tilbury Upgrade project and will be the East Anglia Connection Node substation. We're also connecting on the German side to a new substation, which is at Niederlangen. And between those two substations, we have quite a significant route in the region of 770 kilometres. So providing we don't have any reductions on that, we may well test Viking Link's world record. But we benefit from good backing. So it is a project where we still have the original investors and the originators of the project involved, Volta Partners, although they are taking a minority shareholding. CIP remains the majority. But they have taken this project forward and sought the approvals that are needed to ultimately make it viable. So a year ago, actually at the first day of this conference, we received our confirmation of the IPA announcement from Ofgem. We are also in the Network Development Plan in Germany, and we are hopeful to be in the Federal Requirements Act, hopefully at the start of next year, which will cement us in German legislation and therefore give us a sort of a nationally significant status in Germany as well. On each side, we have a good grid connection in the UK. We have an agreement in place with NESO, but I'll come on to a little bit of that in a while. And we're working with TenneT on firming up our allocation for our grid connection location in Germany to make sure that we have a firm agreement in place with all of the relevant performance parameters. There's a few specifics just in terms of where we are as a project, though. We've made significant progress compared to this time last year, where we talked about all of the aspirations and the plans that we're intending to put in place. So we have recently confirmed the preferred bidder for our marine survey contract for next year, a real significant milestone for us as a project. We have the majority of the onshore surveys locked in for next year, and shortly we'll be able to sign those contracts and announce who's won each one. We also applied to become a nationally significant infrastructure project on the UK side, something that we are grateful to have been confirmed as, and we've initiated the DCO process, so Development Consent Order for anyone that's not worked under it in the UK side, with the planning inspectors. So that's ongoing. And we are in the process of finalising our route in all jurisdictions to support the survey next year. If I just continue. So what really the nub of the conversation today, I think, is around what are the challenges that a developer observes when they're looking at making an investment. So how can an investor get themselves comfortable with the type of investment that they wish to make, and the strategic questions that need to be answered in order to confirm that that investment's viable. So we look at a few different parameters, but I've tried to summarize them here. One is obviously locational risk. So where ultimately can you develop a project? How much of a project, so the volume risk side, how much of that project should you develop? What should be the capacity? How should you ultimately deploy that? The allocation risk, so how do you get approvals? Is there a suitable regulatory framework? Will you have to go through a legal change to get a change in law, as other projects that went before us have had to do? And equally, from a price perspective, can you get returns? Is there a return on investment? And is there a way in which the investors can be suitably compensated for the risk that they're ultimately intended to take? We see this translating at the bottom into a number of different areas, and I think they're all independently significant, but important to create a long-term, stable environment for investors, to provide them with the confidence that's necessary to make multi-million-pound investments into such projects. And it is these that I intend to go through just briefly. So three areas that I just wanted to touch on from that list. The first one is supply chain. I think we've heard a couple of people mention it already today about the changing dynamics in the market. One of the things that we're observing, not just on Tarkon, but across different projects, is the influence that a buoyant market is having on the way in which projects are being developed. So it is fundamentally changing the exposure profile that investors are seeing for any project, really. The shift in timing for this exposure is only moving forward in the development phase, so the exposure is earlier on, and it is very material. I think it was touched on earlier about the capacity reservation agreements that are now required. That seems to be a standard requirement, whereas a few years ago it absolutely was not. And it feels as though the market is starting to, at least stabilise, but we are seeing that it is still a consistent requirement whenever we are engaging with the market, that early reservation and payment or security for that reservation is a continued objective from the supply chain. The impact of that, though, is that there are changes in development. There are things that have to happen in a different way compared to what a number of people in this room may consider to be best practice. So just from a procurement angle, a capacity reservation agreement, by its very nature, is something that has to be secured early on in order to make sure that you have capacity to meet the overall timelines and objectives of the project. That means that you can't go through what would typically be an ODU compliant or a typical tender process that other projects will have had to have gone through in the past. You won't necessarily have the maturity of information at the point that you launch that tender process to provide you with the certainty that once you get to that conclusion, you've got everything locked in. And yet we're still held to the same objectives, of course, but things like value for money for the consumers and making sure that ultimately the project remains within investable limits. Those are all important factors which have to remain the same in a changing market. It's also worthwhile, and I mentioned the project finance side in particular, because it does create an investor and financing challenge when we have to make sure that from an equity investor perspective, but equally from the finance perspective, we're satisfying all of these ambitions, and they don't always align. So things like the capacity reservation process. The scale of fees and security that are being expected of developers equate to 100% of the equity share that shareholders are expected to take at financial close. That's a materially different risk exposure level, which could be a year, 2 years, 3 years before you've achieved financial close. And equally, before projects have even submitted any consents. So you're carrying all of that risk through to a project where you actually aren't certain whether or not financial investment is actually certain and whether or not there will be any pitfalls in any of the consenting processes. And obviously for Tarkon as an example, or any other interconnector, that's heavily dependent on external factors and things outside of a project's control. Equally, things like financing requirements through the debt raise process, looking at the expectations of institutions on us as a team to make sure that we have gone through a competitive, equitable, open process for tendering the project, making sure that we can demonstrate that we've got sufficient competition in the procurement event that we've run, and making sure that the outcome is fair in terms of pricing and available capacity. These are all challenges that I think at the moment the supply chain isn't necessarily seeing as a direct consequence of the buoyant market and their requirements for capacity reservation, but it absolutely is. And these are things that we are having to adapt to as we move through the development process. Other external factors, I mean, from a sort of a commercial and regulatory standpoint, the policy environment in which we live. Obviously conscious that we've got Ofgem colleagues in the room, but from a policy perspective, it's not always clear how the policy can fully respond to a volatile or changing market. So we see that there are pressures on cost increases, on time ultimately moving out because of the amount of manufacturing capacity which is being finely balanced in terms of that investment to make sure that there aren't stranded assets for the suppliers in 15 years or so. But also things around, you know, the fundamental shift of this capacity reservation point. This isn't reflected in policy frameworks on either side for Tarkon, but in many regulatory frameworks, it's not something that's built in because it hasn't been required previously. And therefore, the response of those regulators isn't to provide direct support, it's to create separate policy that sits alongside existing frameworks, and that takes time to implement. And obviously things like the energy crisis that we've seen, the volatility in revenues, and whether or not that creates, again, a stable investment environment that ultimately creates that confidence that the income will be there at the point at which a project is operational. So we see there are inconsistencies. I mean, things like this sort of policy solution that sits to the side of most of the regulatory frameworks. I reference a couple here which are based from a UK policy side, which is the advanced procurement mechanism or the early construction financing. I think it's important that those things are in place. But at the moment, interconnectors, certainly point-to-point interconnector projects, do not benefit from those policy solutions. So we see that there are policy gaps. I mean, just another one on there for projects which aren't in the PMI or PCI list. Thankfully, Tarkon is. But there are projects which aren't. And there is no post-Brexit solution to the CEF funding that was previously available, and it thankfully continues to be available, across Europe. So these are all challenges which create unexpected impacts on the viability of projects and how they can be taken forward. Then we come to things like grid connections and the reform that's going on in sort of GB. We look at NESO. I think it's important what NESO is doing. I think the preparation to deal with what is obviously a huge queue of projects seeking connection is absolutely imperative. And we're seeing that in other markets. We can see that what NESO is doing from a GB side will ultimately be required elsewhere. But the problem is that it has been happening fast and it is complex. And that means that there hasn't been the discipline of integrating that process with all of the other processes that we need to interface with. So I've mentioned development consent order processes on there, but that's just one example. You know, we are seeing that it is complex, and this creates in itself uncertainty because there are gaps, and I'm sure there's be many people in the room that are trying to navigate those gaps in the guidance that's been provided. And equally then, there's additional exposure. So when we're looking at grid connections, we see that there is CMP 448. So anyone that isn't familiar with code modifications in the UK, that's the reference for the particular modification associated with a commitment fee. That provides a security that the developers need to put against the capacity reserved for it. That equates for a project such as Tarkon or others to be multiple millions of pounds in security that needs to be considered. Again, on top of all of the other exposure that projects are facing at the moment. So it is challenging, and developers ultimately have to try and solve the questions posed in the previous slide around risk exposure. And they will do that independently, depending on whether or not there are policy solutions or solutions from the supply chain in place. The mitigation strategies that we've seen either go quickly into the market, secure the capacity, lock it in, and try and make sure that you are first across the line. Otherwise, we're also seeing delayed investments. I think particularly you've seen from an offshore wind perspective that people have decided not to proceed with certain projects. And that's as a direct consequence of the uncertainty that's created by these conditions. So it is challenging. I mean, what we're trying to consider, certainly at a project level, is how we can maintain that certainty, how we can give confidence to investors and lenders alike. I think we see that there are solutions to the problems that I've articulated on the previous slide, but in the same way that the call to arms from Simon mentioned around this collaboration, it is absolutely imperative that people observe the challenges that are happening in the sector and ultimately try and do something actively about it. And that is going to take everybody. It's not just from a developer standpoint, and it isn't just on regulators. We're seeing initially, I think, from a policy side or the support for these capacity reservation issues, I think for interconnectors, it would be appropriate that a policy solution is put in place to support reservation of capacity. And I'm sure it's not just point-to-point interconnectors that are facing this challenge. Also looking at policy frameworks, looking at how they can be developed to provide predictable insight. I think we can see that coming through the strategic spatial energy planning that NESO are looking at, but obviously that is some time off. So I think that is being developed, but still something that we would benefit from. I think a number of areas here, obviously the North Sea Energy Cooperation point is around that collaboration. How do we make sure that we are encouraging people to talk to each other and have shared objectives which ultimately can provide, frankly, some pressure onto politicians and regulators alike to help solve these issues. From a grid connection point, I think it's probably no surprise that we'd be looking at an improvement in the amount of people, simplification of processes, and making sure that there is consideration and a review undertaken as to how connections reform ultimately integrates with all of the other processes that we have to deal with and regulatory frameworks. I think we want to make sure that things are coordinated at a GB, a UK to EU level. I think Andy already mentioned earlier from a Interconnection perspective on the benefits of solving some of the trading arrangements that the UK and EU have, as well as permitting arrangements and coordination on previously implemented UK solutions like 10E and the integration of that. I think from a collaboration point of view, I think this needs to be developers and regulators as well as the supply chain coming to the table to try and create and realise what these issues are. Things like fungibility of assets to support capacity reservation. These need to be things that are solved and addressed as we talk to the supply chain and ultimately procure what we're doing. Long-term grid planning, a few people have already talked about that. And then I think last point on sort of regulatory frameworks. We need to make sure that the frameworks upon which investments are considered are fit for purpose and deal with the changing dynamics in the market, both from supply chain, but equally from a revenue perspective. I don't think any of these are issues that are insurmountable, but I think just from a broad consideration, we need to make sure that we are all able to stand up and try and influence a positive outcome for some of these risks. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a very interesting topic, so I let you move on past the timer. Let's do a quick question, though. If we can have, could we have a microphone in the front? And we'll leave it at one question. We'll have to pick up the discussions
Yeah, sorry, I went
over
on
lunch.
Hello, Charlotte from Vårgren. Thank you, very interesting presentation. I had a question regarding the early commitment, as you talk about when we are forced as a developer to do early commitments to suppliers. And then we tend to use well-known suppliers and well-known technology.
Yep.
And that tends also to be, the lenders tends to be pleased by it as well. So I wonder if you see any risk that these strategies limit new technology and new suppliers to the market, which we also, of course, need to develop this sector.
I think it's a difficult catch-22, and I think ultimately, on this point, at the moment, the lending community, as you rightly say, requires that investment in mature technology, something that's proven. And I think at the moment, it almost needs to come outside of European frameworks in order to be able to demonstrate that. So where there were reference to models of projects in operation in China or elsewhere, where there may not be the same restrictions, I think ultimately the lenders need to get comfortable that these products have been in operation, have successfully been delivered, and are able to perform well in service over a certain period of time. I think if that's able to be done regardless of the market, I think that's the process. But it probably isn't starting off with new technology from other developers, other suppliers in the current market that we're operating in certainly the UK. So it'll have to be outward and then coming in. All right.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. So we'll be switching gears a little bit, and we'll be talking about energy islands and hybrid assets now with our first speaker, Alex Neumann, Chief Engineer, HV Electrical at ORE Catapult.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure my presentation actually fits too well with that title, but we'll go with it anyway. It might have some relevance. Alex Neumann from the Offshore Renewable Energy Catapult. Great to be here, and thank you for all the previous speakers who feed somewhat into what I've got to say, and I don't think I'm treading on any toes there. But it will complement what's been said already, I'm sure. I'm coming from a qualification perspective. The business I work at is based around the country. We've got head office in Glasgow, but we have testing facilities in Blyth, Northumberland, just north of Newcastle upon Tyne, and also in Aberdeen in Scotland. I don't have a slide, so I'll just talk through what we are. We're a very funny business. We're a part private, part public funded business. We sell commercial services, specialist services, test services, and services like failure investigations. Through our facilities, we test, we break, we demonstrate longevity of high voltage systems as well as other offshore renewable components and systems. So that places us quite uniquely to understand failure mechanism. We're not cable designers, but we understand how they break, and I think that's quite useful, a different perspective that's not all over the place. I think the other thing just to mention is that our business is there to operate in a position of market failure. So because we have some public funding that supports our business, we're not in place to compete with the private sector. So we are there to take risks where it's not commercially sensible to do that. And once again, that just provides a bit of context to what I've got to say in the next few slides. The focus of what I'm going to talk about is very much a UK context, supply chain context for high voltage cables. HVDC firstly, bearing in mind that we don't have a big established HVDC supply chain. So I don't have a lot of expertise in that space, but I'll talk about what I think needs to change. And areas that I'm more familiar with is array and export cables for offshore wind specifically. Our experience from failure investigations that we do, some very specific case studies really, what we're trying to do to improve the situation. And 132 kV arrays have been mentioned already, but there's a few slides on those and some relevance to dynamic systems. I have nicked a few images and slides that have been presented previously and in previous conferences, so thank you TGS for 4C for this one. It basically shows the expected rollout of array and export cables up to 2036, and you can see there is a significant, I don't think everyone's around this in this room because of the significant opportunity that is associated with that. That is leading to supply chain mobilization in this country. There was an established small assembly and manufacturing capability in the country, Prysmian down in Wrexham, JDR assembling cables in Hartlepool and Littleport, Technique and Oceaneering moving from umbilicals into offshore wind and renewable markets. But obviously Sumitomo up in Nig building a new factory currently underway to make HVDC and array cables and export cables, no doubt. JDR building a new factory across the river from us, looking at array, export, long length and future phases DC capability as well. So the DC investment in the supply chain is happening in the UK. We've heard from X-Links, XLCC is another project that's being planned and consented, and Alice Cable is another one that's been in the press. It's still to be agreed and confirmed going forward, but there are opportunities growing, and I think very much based on the local supply requirement and opportunity that presents. Not going into too much detail, but one more slide from TGS here, which was alluded to in the previous slide. It shows the increasing opportunities for failure work in the country. And I was at a similar conference, was a bit more operational up in Blythe about 2 months ago, and there was a lot of concern in the room about availability of vessels and resources to deal with this level of opportunity going forward. So from our perspective, there's a lot of work to be done to cater for the failures that are coming because of the volumes that are going out there into deeper and more harsher environments. And from our perspective, we need better qualification to make sure that they don't fail, that the failure rate is brought down, but we also need to help suppliers develop better technology, but also robust repair solutions that can be implemented in a more efficient manner. And in a more open market manner, I suppose, as well. Now, a lot of this has been mentioned before, so I'll not dwell on this, but obviously, big market requirement for DC cables. We've talked about all sorts of applications this morning already, and I think that the bottom bit there, I think from a supply chain perspective, is without a strategic HVDC pipeline, suppliers won't move. I think the suppliers that have engaged, certainly Sumitomo, there's a pipeline of work that they are exposed to through predominantly the onshore grid redevelopment and the grid rebuild that is starting and underway. I think the previous speaker alluded to the fact that, and previous speakers before him, that there is a lot to do to enable a market where coordinated activity can prosper from an offshore wind perspective, to provide a secure pipeline that supply chain can respond to, so that there is security in their long-term investments. And I think that the long-term, the long-distance interconnectors that X-Links was really nicely talking about earlier, I don't even see them on the radar from a supply chain perspective, and that's why X-Links does have XLCC responding to the requirement for a completely new set of installation vessels and a new factory to provide the volumes that are required for that. So there's a huge market opportunity. Some of it's not politically embraced, some of it's not well coordinated, so that the supply chain can't respond. But at least the supply chain is responding in some sense. And I think, yeah, from our perspective, there's a lot of opportunity in the UK. There's a big market. Some of it's secure, some of it's not. But there's a big market. We know we need it. We've got an academic base and we've got a supply chain from an SME perspective that is well suited to support development of HVDC systems, whether it's not just the cables, but the accessories, the terminations and the joints and the repair solutions and that sort of thing. There is a well-suited industrial base here. But in the background of that, because there hasn't been an established supply chain manufacturing things in this country for the last few decades, there aren't many test facilities for these. The test facilities across Europe are quite busy, and these are long-term tests that we're talking about. So we believe there is an element of market failure in the support requirement for these manufacturers and their supply chains that need to collaborate and work together to provide robust offshore solutions for HVDC. And yeah, the business case needs support, and that's what we're working on at the minute, to try and justify building new future-proof laboratory infrastructure in this country that will allow SMEs, big manufacturers and academia to engage together and develop robust solutions, as is happening around the rest of the world. Now going back onto AC, which is something that technically I'm more familiar with. We've heard a lot about the failures to date. The 4C presentation had all the data that I don't need to go into, so thank you very much, Michael, for all those the numbers there. I think the point I wanted to make there is that the issues that we've encountered have predominantly been installation related so far. We are just starting to learn the operational experience that comes along with some of the early installed wind farms. We're learning lessons about interfaces. We're learning about CPSs that might not be that robust or fit for purpose going forward. Static cables that move, that weren't designed to and weren't qualified to. And additional components in the three-core bundle that get damaged, and the testing regimes are not properly accounting for or during qualification. So I think, the main thing is the operational experience is just being learned now. We've learned some hard lessons on installation. We've improved things on that front. But in the world of standards follow technology development. They learn from mistakes, and standards lag. So I just encourage, it's a call really for everyone around this table, when you are specifying cables, don't just rely on the existing standards. They are looking backwards. They are based on old technologies. They are not perfectly suited to the conditions that we are finding offshore now. Yeah, so this is just one little bit of good news that we've received in the last few months, really. We've got some funding from the North East Combined Authority to develop a AC cable pre-qualification test facility on our site in Blythe. I think... Anyway, when I wasn't talking about the company earlier, this is quite a good slide just to show the high voltage lab in the top corner. This is on our footprint in Blythe. The pre-qual facilities down at the other end of site, but in between it, we've got some big facilities that are there to test wind turbine components. This one being a 100-meter blade test facility, that one being a 50-meter blade test facility, and the other two in the middle, those two big rectangles, are drivetrain test facilities for wind turbine generator and drivetrain components. The big block on the right that's cut off, that's a new facility that is being built now to test the next generation up to 27 megawatts, I think, of offshore wind generator and drivetrain components. So there's quite a congested site there with a few dry docks thrown in it for installation, trialing and that sort of thing. But good news is we've realized some investment. We are developing that over the next 12 months to provide a playground for sort of cable system testing and long duration system testing, which is much needed in the UK context. A brief case study. Obviously, failure investigations, you can't mention specific things, but this is, I've tried to just provide a bit of a experience in a slide which brings in a number of things that we've learned from looking at things that have failed in service. This is alluding back to wet type insulation systems, which are commonly used in array cables, started at 33, moved to 66, and are now being qualified for 132 kV application. I think the main message here on this slide is that there is an established criteria and established process for qualifying wet type insulation systems, specifically the insulation system, which basically assures a buyer or a user that the cable insulation system specifically can work under saturated wet conditions. So there's no need for a completely waterproof metallic layer around the outside of the cable, which is shown on the left-hand side, the sort of lead jackets, metallic components to keep the water out. The systems that are being developed are made to operate wet, but because of the fact that there isn't an established track record behind using this technology out there. The buyers, the insurance community, have specified an extra layer of protection onto these cables, and this has been happening for the last 10 years. It's not a 132 kV issue, it's a 33 under 66 kV issue. So trying to make things more robust and less risky, additional components are specified on the cable, which usually involve laminated aluminium foil. Now, I once heard a CTO of a successful cable maker saying the best place for aluminium foil is on your turkey in the oven at Christmas. It doesn't really belong on a submarine power cable and a bit of industrial kit that needs to be robust and bulletproof. So this was put on with all good intents to keep the water out, but hindsight is a wonderful thing. If the standards aren't developed to watch out for induced current in your non-main current carrying components, you learn lessons at the end. Now, those aren't actual offshore wind cables. I've nicked those out of Cyred's guide for how to make that not happen again. But a lot of lessons were learned just after installation about how you manage this additional aluminium layer on the outside of your copper screen or whatever type of screen you've got. So, just the flow through that, you can understand lack of risk appetite, which is dead right. We're in a risk averse, we need things to operate properly. It drives some procurement activity and some specification that might not be required, but because there isn't a track record demonstrated, there's a bit of uncertainty, and it can have adverse consequences. Now, once again, lots of these lessons were learnt on installation and early days of operation. I don't anticipate that the insulation systems will be misbehaving over the next 20 to 25 years, but that learning is yet to come. So we're qualifying things with robust insulation system, but it's all the things on the outside of that insulation that are causing problems. Let alone the anchors and the boulders, which have been adequately covered before I got talking. So projects that we're involved with at the Catapult, we're working with the Carbon Trust on a couple of really interesting projects. The first one is called HiVAS 2, which is looking at 132 kV qualification requirements to basically feed in a little bit of what I've been talking about there and to better qualify these wet insulation systems, lead-free insulation systems, for longer lives and for appropriate reliability. So we're looking at extending the life of the cable system from 25 to 40 years and what that means to qualification. But we're also looking at just bringing in additional tests that will test those other components that haven't been adequately covered in the IEC and some of the C-grade standards, or guidelines, apologies for that. There's another project called the Screen Connect, which is specifically looking at the screen connection issue. I'm looking at copper and aluminium and other screen connection, trying to also understand a better way of doing endurance testing on those systems that are not formalized and not commonly adopted across the supplier community. So those are two really interesting projects where the Carbon Trust is adding a lot of value, I believe, and we're helping them out in that sense. About the investment I've already talked about, Osbit here today, they've helped us develop a really unusual and quirky rig, which is doing great work up in Aberdeen. But we are currently testing a cable protection system. It was designed predominantly for cable fatigue testing, but at the minute we've got the Seathor cable protection system going through its paces on there, and it's proving to be an interesting project for us, but it's coming to a close at the end of this year, I think. So that's good investment from up in our Aberdeen facility that's helping demonstrate new static and dynamic technologies. And obviously we've invested in the smaller scale, not as optically pleasing, but small scale lab tensile testing and non-electrical type testing facilities to try and improve the way that the components are tested before they get into the full scale system. Another slide I've nicked from that previous conference I mentioned earlier. Just delighted to see we've already talked a lot about universal repair joints today. That's a picture of Power CSL working with Tennant in our laboratories in Blythe. More of this. We need more of this. We need more open repair joint, fast response. Sounds crass. Anyone can install it. I don't mean that, but you know what I mean. Not allied to one particular supplier or provider of services. So more of this is required. It's a good opportunity for, as you could, from my second slide, where the opportunity for failure and supporting failure is only going to grow in the way forward. So really good that Tennant has adopted that UK supplier into their armory of support services. And now, 2 minutes left to do 132 kV cables. I don't think I really need to mention, after it's been covered quite well earlier, but bottom line is bigger turbines need higher voltages. It's slightly misleading in the top there. It's not a 50 megawatt turbine, it's two 25s that are next to each other, but they will require a 50 megawatt connection, I suppose. And yes, others, turbines are moving up, but there is reluctance. From a cable and accessory perspective, we've already had questions and talk about that, so I don't need to dwell on that. And there are lead-free solutions being qualified to make, cable systems more commonly available and more openly available from the supply chain. I think the main thing is demonstration opportunities are required to embed some sort of confidence. Big client of ours, they've been through the 132 kV qualification of a wet type cable, but what is required is service experience to embed confidence that the systems are worth investing in. It was an interesting paper released at the end of last year, or a report from European colleagues, but talking about the law of diminishing returns on turbine size and voltage escalation. And it was an interesting read, talking about, I think predominantly probably focused on European supply chains and the turbine makers' experience of innovating too quickly, possibly not going through the learning process adequately with moving up the capacities and voltage levels too quickly without earning that operational track record. And I think that's a big thing that, there's a lot of inconsistency around requirements, and everyone wants bigger turbines, but whether the supply chain's up to it or not, that's the big question. If and when the Chinese come in, that might change the dynamics and the supply chain readiness and the supply chain risk appetite, but no one knows how that will work out. But yeah, I guess this is a watch this space. We've already heard a bit of uncertainty and challenge around this topic in particular. Mentioned that already. This particular slide, is about the connection. I think this was alluded to earlier as well. There are companies like Siemens and Baker Hughes working on subsea connection systems, subsea transformers, substations and hubs to allow a different way of connecting floating offshore wind turbines. From my experience in the test lab environment, a lot of this activity is focusing on 66 kV, yet for the market to realize its development opportunity, everyone's saying 132 kV turbines are required. So there's a bit of a gap there. And a little bit of support required to get this technology up to 132 kV level, or to change expectations about the economics of the project with smaller turbines. Standards don't exist, so once again, it's not an easy thing to procure. There's not a lot of, there's no operational track record other than oil and gas experience of some of these component parts. So that is a call for, there are possibly opportunities coming in the next few years for government funding to come into this sort of space to provide development opportunities. I'd like to think we've got a pre-qualification area being built that could be used to do long-term testing before these things get deployed, but open for other ideas of how procurement activity could embrace developing track record as well. So leaving messages, there is cable supply chain movement underway. We need to try a little bit harder, I think, as far as supporting those investors and making sure that the collaboration can exist from the supply chain perspective that is needed to make robust systems. Service experience and demonstration opportunities, that's what we believe is needed to allow innovative developers to actually be able to buy the new tech that's becoming available. So that's it. I've been on zero for a while, so thank you for not chopping me off.
Let's take one question from the audience, at least, before we break for lunch. Michael.
Firstly, I'm sorry for taking all your slides. But thank you.
Thanks for that. I don't know if you're the right person to ask this, but very interesting to see that you mentioned the 12 billion HDVC to National Grid for basically it's the reinforcement. And when Mr. Miliband announced it, he said it's going to create thousands of jobs in the UK. We don't even make HDVC cable. We don't even have a installation vessel. Where are these jobs coming from if he's going to deliver this in the next 5 years?
I can't talk on behalf of him, but cable factories employ a few hundred people. Yeah.
Might get tricky on a frame of 5 years. I don't know if you can get a factory online. Yeah. Good. Do we have any other questions? Otherwise, we will continue during the lunch break. So let's take an hour break. 1:55, we come back together for those that make it that far. And yeah, enjoy your meal.
And lunch is in the restaurant. My colleagues will navigate you.
Okay, we'll find a way. Are we ready to go? Not quite yet. Can you yell at them? Good. Okay. If this is the survival rate for only half a day, I don't think we're going to make it to the end. So I hope a couple more will join us. But then most importantly, do we have Sally Lewis with us? Yes, you're there. Okay, then let's take one more minute and then we'll get started. Good. Okay. See, doors closed. Last door opened, and let's get started. Is it okay? You ready? So, our next presenter will be Sally Lewis, Head of UK Policy and Regulation Interconnectors at National Grid Ventures. Sally, take your time on the first slide so they have a chance.
First job is to change the height of the mic so that I can. I think I'm probably the shortest presenter today. Hi everyone, I'm Sally Lewis. I'm Head of Policy and Regulation at National Grid Ventures. So we have an interconnector portfolio. I'll talk about that. We're also developing offshore hybrid assets with our joint venture partners, and that will be the focus of my presentation today. And in particular, the policy and regulation which we need to get right to make offshore hybrid assets happen. So I heard somebody say earlier, one of the previous presenters, that anchors were the next sexy topic. I didn't get that memo, so there's nothing in my slide pack about anchors. However, I do think that regulatory regimes are very sexy, so hopefully we can make up for it. So just an introduction on National Grid Ventures and our interconnector portfolio. We have nearly 8 gigawatts, so 7.8 gigawatts of interconnection, which, along with our joint venture partners, we have to continental Europe. So this started with IFA, our first 2 gigawatt interconnector to France with RTE, and then following that, so that was 1986, and then some years later, 2011, BritNed to the Netherlands with TenneT, and then NemoLink, which was the pilot project for the cap and floor regime for point-to-point interconnectors, came in 2019 and followed quite quickly by IFA to NSL to Norway and Viking Link to Denmark. So we jointly develop, construct and operate these assets with our joint venture partners. We have our 50% share of these interconnectors is regulated by Ofgem, and our partners have usually a regulatory asset base regime for their half of the interconnector. And so when I go into talking today particularly about the cap and floor, that's based on our 50% share on the GB side. So interconnectors, obviously, I think everybody in this room probably knows about their incredible strategic value for supporting affordability in terms of enabling access to lower consumer prices across a wider market, reducing curtailment of wind, so enabling further decarbonisation, and really importantly, and increasingly importantly, really supporting security of supply and resilience. So I want to spend a moment really to talk about the cap and floor regime and how I think it has been a real significant success in terms of what it has delivered so far. So NEMO-Link was the pilot project, as I mentioned, for the cap and floor regime. And it was designed in the 2010s. And that was after we had Moyle and EWIC. We had IFA, which came along before National Grid was privatised. And BritNed was a merchant interconnector, so solely delivered on private investment and full merchant interconnector. I think it was clear by the 2010s that a regulatory route to enable investment and the pipeline of potential interconnection projects was needed. And Ofgem devised the cap and floor regime to enable that delivery. So just a moment on how it operates. The cap and floor is a 25-year regime, which many people probably know. There's an assessment of the project costs at the start of operations in terms of those project costs to deliver the project, economic and efficiency assessment of what was incurred, and a projection of the operational costs of running it and right the way through to decommissioning and those costs. That is worked into essentially the regulatory asset value, and then there's a cap and floor level on the annual returns, which is calculated on top of that. The floor on the default regime is the cost of debt. It's set at basically paying back the costs of delivering that project. And so the project, the investor is guaranteed a return which is in line with what they spent for that project. However, there is no equity return at the floor. The cap provides the equity returns and so the real investment incentive. And so between the cap and floor, that's where you had the merchant band and the incentive for real commercial optimization and commercial opportunities to maximise the congestion revenues between the two markets. And so we had projects like BritNed and ElecLink, which is not one of our projects, but that could be delivered on their commercial revenues alone. That was, I think, before the supply chain is what it is right now, but it's also a reflection of the price spreads. So for those who might not be familiar with the traditional commercial model for interconnectors, essentially you have two different markets and the price difference between them drives the value of how much capacity you can then sell on the interconnector. And so there's a real driver from market prices in terms of how much commercial revenues you can make. And within that cap and floor band, it's fully merchant. And the floor, if revenues are below the floor over a given assessment period, then consumers will be able to pay a top-up to guarantee investor revenue meets that floor. Conversely, if revenues are above the cap, then there's a payment to consumers. This all happens through network charges under the GB regime. There's an availability incentive both at the cap and the floor, so the asset is incentivised to be available. It needs to be available at least 80% of the time to be eligible for the floor. And then at the cap, there's an incentive. Each interconnector has its own target, and then you can increase the level of potential revenue opportunity by having very strong availability. So this was designed to encourage private investment, and it clearly did. So as well as National Grid's interconnectors under the cap and floor regime, obviously we've already heard from NorConnect and GreenLink today, which are also cap and floor interconnectors through project finance. So far, there's been no consumer payments under the cap and floor. So far, it's all been payments to consumers from these projects. And so going to my earlier statement that I think this is a real success of the regime and clearly shows a very effective regulatory framework. So far, we've had £212 million of above cap payments from Nemo Link and IFA 2. IFA 2 and NSL are about to complete their first 5 years of operation, so we might see further payments to follow after that. However, obviously, the 2010s, I think, was a very different environment, and now we have a different procurement environment that we're operating in. And so you might hear me say some of the similar statements to Jonathan earlier from Tarkon and CIP around actually what we might need in terms of evolutions to enable further opportunities in the pipeline. And this is especially true for offshore hybrid assets, where there's an increased level of risk and complexity to that offshore coordination. So looking ahead to offshore hybrid assets, I'm going to assume that everybody here knows what they are, but just in case you don't, essentially we have cross-border interconnection, and then there's a renewable offshore wind farm within that connection. So instead of going directly shore to shore between two markets, there's an offshore wind farm along the way. This obviously makes sense from a lot of perspectives in terms of efficiency, and it brings significant benefits. So from a cost efficiency point of view, particularly against the counterfactual of if you were to have a radial connection and point-to-point assets, there's a capex saving there on the infrastructure that is required to deliver that connection. That saving increases as we develop out into the North Sea, and the potential for more offshore wind to have more DC connections. You really see then some of these savings become a lot more pronounced. So that cost efficiency will then translate into savings for consumers. And obviously, right now with the affordability focus, you know, that is a really important thing to consider with the delivery of all of the offshore wind and all of the offshore infrastructure we are looking at in the next couple of decades. System flexibility, so there's an enhanced security of supply there with more opportunities for wind imports as well as imports from cross-border connections. And then net zero, obviously supporting the net zero targets. And then in terms of the footprint, obviously you could either have the point-to-point interconnection, you could have radial connections. Offshore coordination more generally will reduce that footprint, and that will have benefits for the environment. It will have benefits for the local communities in terms of being more efficient in that project delivery. And that can then be streamlined in terms of consenting activities and more coordinated planning processes. But what all of this means is really making sure that the policies and all of the processes, whether that's connections, whether it's seabed leasing, and regulatory regimes, that they're all lined up really to enable this to happen. And that's what I'm going to move on to. So I'm just going to say for a moment in terms of where we are with our current offshore hybrid assets. And we saw Ofgem's OHA pilot scheme come through to completion in terms of delivering that final design of what the regulatory regime will look like this year in April 25. This ran a parallel process to the window-free point-to-point interconnection projects, and this was for the OHA pilot scheme. Nautilus and Lion Link, and I know that there's a presentation later this afternoon on Lion Link, so I won't go into that into detail. Both parts of this, both projects within this scheme, and both of these projects are for offshore hybrid connections where the wind is in the European jurisdictions, so whether that's Dutch wind for Lion Link or in Belgium, the Energy Island. The process, as I say, ran equivalent to the point-to-point process starting in 2022. It's got a narrow cap and floor, and that really reflects the additional risks for these kind of projects. And there's a risk premium which lifts the floor level compared to the point-to-points. Speaking more generally about some of the challenges for offshore hybrid assets, and this specifically as well includes multi-purpose interconnectors, and by that I mean where the wind is in the GB jurisdiction, which the policy isn't in place for that to happen right now. We've heard a few times so far about supply market constraints. I won't repeat, I think there's similar themes emerging about capacity reservation agreements, much more significant higher costs than there were 10 years ago, and longer lead times for delivery. These all present challenges for investors, which have been discussed earlier today. There's also evolving commercial models. So we've heard again about the market and trading arrangements evolving. Obviously, I think we're having some good developments with the UK and EU. So last week we had the announcement on the emissions trading scheme linkage mandate, which hopefully we can now enter negotiations for UK and EU, which will hopefully mean that we can find a place where there's an exemption for UK exports from the carbon border adjustment mechanism, which is due to come in on 1st of January 26. So that's a tariff on electricity exports. Market arrangements, it will also include EU and UK trading arrangements. We've heard about auctions and whether we can have a return to implicit coupling. And then for offshore hybrid assets, there's also an added complexity of whether it's because whether it's an OBZ and whether there's a home market arrangement. So essentially, where the congestion revenues appear within that project is very different to the normal point-to-point interconnector model. And then there's first of a kind risks for new types of technology, and also the new kind of regulatory models that go with that. Layered onto that, we have for multi-purpose interconnectors, essentially it's not set up right now for the wind farm to be incentivized sufficiently to connect to a multi-purpose interconnector. So we need the connections arrangements lined up to allow for that. We need clarity on the network charges that the offshore wind farm would be subject to, and we also need them to be eligible for kind of contracts for difference, such that they are held whole to what they would be if they were radially connected. There's some work happening right now on with the Renewables UK, which National Grid is a part of as well, on how to make multi-purpose interconnectors happen, and there's a report due to be delivered in November on that. So I think finally, basically, what do we need? And I think this repeats actually some of the themes that we've already heard discussed today. I think that the cap and floor has been very successful. I think it probably needs to be adapted now to reflect the changing cost profile from the current procurement environment. And also the risks faced in complex offshore delivery. So there's a big coordination and sequencing challenge that needs to be carefully considered and reflected in the regulatory regime that's built around it. Enabling funding to accelerate development. There's been discussion today about CEF funding, so really having some form of equivalent funding to enable early DevEx activities like seabed surveys. Balancing the risk and reward framework, so essentially ensuring that there is an appropriate level of returns delivered through that regime. And obviously also maintaining the incentives to ensure good outcomes for consumers. So we saw in the cap and floor, it does incentivise availability, it does incentivise commercial optimisation and strong commercial revenues. I think a new regime should also, or an adaptation of the existing regime should continue some of that. Looking ahead to strategic planning, this will change the face of the delivery model as we currently know it. So I think this will be much more DESNES and NESO and Ofgem showing us where they want assets to be delivered and what they want those assets to look like in terms of the capacity, the connecting markets. We know some of the principles of this. I think we need to really understand more of the detail about actually how that will work, and also ensuring that the right parties are inputting into that process. So make sure that there's good coordination with European partners and also with the developers in devising that process. So there's a really good opportunity in the North Sea, and offshore hybrid assets and offshore coordination is a great opportunity to really maximise and optimise some of that. But I think there are things that we need to do to really deliver those changes. Thank you.
So, do we have some questions? Come on, we just had lunch. Really? Okay, but then I'll have one of mine. So this strategic planning process, how do you think this will benefit the investment landscape?
Thank you. Yeah, so I think what we saw in Window 3 was, and the OHA pilot scheme was NESO and it playing a bigger role in terms of really assessing the impacts of projects in terms of where they're connecting. I think that there could be a lot more efficiency brought within that process through strategic planning by actually being more directive in terms of where viable projects should be connecting and where they should be connecting to. So there could be a lot more efficiency brought into that, and that's a really good opportunity of strategic planning. However, it needs to be delivered. It needs to be delivered in a way that works for all of the parties and make sure that actually there's an effective delivery model that can be sufficiently incentivise the investment that's needed.
Good. Do we have a question? There, I see in the back. Yeah. Go ahead, please. One second, could you, because the microphone doesn't seem to be working. Other side? Yeah.
Thank you. Sally, Simon Ludlam from Maris Connect. You mentioned that you've been successful in obtaining a narrow cap and floor regime. Maybe you'd like to elaborate on what narrow means and what it means for your shareholders.
Yeah. So the principles of the narrow cap and floor are that essentially there's a higher level of risk for the project developer compared to other projects, and also that there's potentially less commercial opportunity in terms of that bandwidth, the ability to optimise commercial revenues. And so in terms of how we, for example, the market model for offshore hybrid assets will have a different level of risks in terms of how those revenues are allocated, and it may mean that there's less opportunity. So, for example, on point-to-point interconnectors, we can really optimise revenues by changing an auction strategy or when we sell into capacity, which could be in long term, it could be in short term, and through that method we can really maximise our revenues. There may be less opportunity for that for offshore hybrid assets. There may be, because obviously there are more parties involved. There are also other risks, such as the first of a kind technology risk. And so the floor essentially is raised for the under the narrow cap and floor, but there's a narrower opportunity at the cap, and so that commercial incentive is reduced, in meaning that consumers are still held whole in terms of being able to benefit from earlier payments, because to consumers, if you're above the cap, than it would have been otherwise.
Good. Do we have one more question, maybe? No? Then it must have been very clear. Good. Thank you very much for your presentation. Good. So, following this, we will have Kevin Magner and Lucy Bond, both from Ofgem and both senior policy managers.
I will move this. Hi, thank you. Just to give a little bit of an introduction. So I'm Lucy Bond. I'm a Senior Policy Manager at Ofgem, and this is my colleague Kevin Magner. Today we're going to be giving an update on interconnector and offshore hybrid asset regulation in GB and how these developments fit into the wider energy transition and what they mean for industry stakeholders. So a little bit about Ofgem. Hopefully most of you know us, but if not, we are the independent regulator for gas and electricity in GB. Our aim is to protect consumers now and in the future by working towards a greener, fairer energy system. We do this by working with governments, industry and consumer groups to deliver net zero at the lowest possible cost. So again, just as a little introduction, my main focus within Ofgem is the future interconnection strategy, and Kevin focuses on the offshore hybrid asset regulation development. Today we're going to talk through the regulatory development, strategic planning and opportunities within the sector. So just a quick touch again in slightly more detail of what we're planning to talk about. So the general developments in interconnector regulation, where we started, where we are now and where we're going. What strategic planning means in the world of interconnection moving forward, and the developments in offshore hybrid asset regulation. So Sally touched on this a bit earlier, but the cap and floor regime is the UK's regulated route to market for interconnectors. It's a market-based approach to incentivise developers to invest in the market. It provides long-term revenue certainty by setting a maximum and a minimum revenue and providing a merchant process within the middle, and it's over a 25-year period. These maximum and minimums are based on a regulated asset-based model. There are two main types of cap and floor regime. There's the default regime, which is set up to be an accumulation of CapEx cost, OpEx cost, decommissioning costs, as well as allowed returns. And these are assessed every 5 years. We had our first end of period assessment last year with Nemo Link, and we have our next two coming up next year. There is the project finance version, which you'll hear a bit about today. This is similar to the cap and floor regime, however, for the default. However, it allows for specific project finance variations, and the revenues are assessed on an annual basis. So, timeline to date, where we started and where we're going now. So, pre-cap and floor development, the first interconnector in GB was IFA between GB and France in 1986. In the following 3 decades, we only had 3 additional interconnectors come online in GB. These were 2 to the island of Ireland and 1 to the Netherlands. All of these were a single project on a merchant basis. So we developed the cap and floor regime to come into effect to incentivize development by de-risking the asset class and by providing a clear route to market for these projects. Our first policy paper was published in 2010 with us rolling out the cap and floor scheme to near-term interconnectors in 2014 when we approved Nemo Link, our pilot project. We then, in the following years, have gone through 3 additional windows. The first window approved 5 interconnector projects. The second window in 2018 approved 3 interconnector projects. And the third window in 2024 approved 3 point-to-point projects. And concurrently, we ran the first offshore hybrid asset pilot scheme, where we approved 2 first-of-their-kind non-standard interconnector projects. This shows a clear evolution in the interest in cross-border markets as well as mesh grids. And we continue to work with developers as part of the regime to help them overcome hurdles, such as you've heard us before with the tightening supply chains. So, GB interconnection to date. The cap and floor has been an incredibly successful regime in Great Britain. We now have 5 interconnector cap and floor projects that are operational, 1 that's under construction, 7 under development, including the 2 non-standard interconnector projects, which comes to a total of around 12 gigawatts of additional interconnection. This has also enabled investment of around £15 billion. So looking forward, I'm going to touch on the big picture first. So what is strategic planning? So the SSEP, which is the Strategic Spatial Energy Plan, is a national plan setting out what and where the energy infrastructure needed for the energy transition will sit. NESO is leading on this process by developing several pathways that will be presented to the Secretary of State, who will pick one pathway. The SSEP maps the potential electricity, hydrogen and storage infrastructure in GB. Once that pathway is chosen, it will directly feed into the CSMP, which is the Plan for Transmission Network Infrastructure, which NESO is also developing. The CSMP will set out the transmission infrastructure choices needed to facilitate our energy transition, and this process will be on a 3-year cycle. So, what's the role of strategic planning for interconnection? So it was actually first identified during the ITPR, which was published in between 2013 and 2017. The ITPR first identified that a more coordinated view towards these developments made sense in the long term. However, as there was no centralized body at this time in charge of strategic planning, it was deemed that the lead time for this would be non-feasible for the development of these interconnector projects at that period. Then, in 2021, we ran an interconnector policy review that outlined that there was a want to integrate interconnection within the strategic planning world and have more proactive planning. Part of this was in the near term, we were going to run a targeted interim window, which would involve locational targeting as part of one of the assessment aspects. And in the long term, we outlined that there would need to be an integration within strategic planning. The intention for this was to have the right project at the right time, at the right location. In 2022, Ofgem determined that there would be a future system operator that would be in charge of the CSMP. And this was enabled in 2024 when NESO became an independent public body. In the following years, NESO has published various SSEP and CSMP methodologies that have outlined that interconnection will be integrated within strategic planning. And this year, we have kicked off our future delivery approach to interconnection, which is going to look at how we enable interconnection in a strategic world. So, the future interconnection strategy. Our aim here is to determine a way forward for the development of interconnection within a strategically planned world. This work is ongoing across the public sector, with Ofgem, NESO and DESNZ being involved in this development process. The intention here is that we get a route to market that does move away from the status quo of developer-led. This will be a strategically led approach. The intention within the framework we develop is that it will retain competitive tension within the market. There will be a level of alignment with strategic planning. It will continue to ensure that interconnectors remain in the value for money for consumers, and that we find a route to market that remains investable. So through here, there are several key areas that we are looking at focusing on. One is the type of competition we're looking to enable. With the key aspects here, we're looking at whether we're looking to enable early or late competition. We're also going to be looking at the type of delivery model. Are we going to stay with something similar to a window-like approach, or are we going to move more towards tendering? The European frameworks, of course, are going to have some level of integration within this, but we need to get an understanding of how we align that. Innovation is something that is key to Ofgem's role, and we want to make sure that innovation is going to be enabled through whatever framework. And another consideration as part of this is, as we move away from a developer-led approach, there is going to need to be a reassessment of the financing frameworks that are in place. We are currently evaluating all of these aspects and are open to stakeholder views on all of these points and aspects. And I'll hand over to Kevin.
Thanks, Lucy. So Lucy's taken us through point-to-point interconnector developments to date, and she's also outlined that new strategic approach to network design that will shape interconnection between the UK and other countries in future. However, the type of interconnector project that we're working on is also developing and evolving, and this kind of links both to what Lucy had to say and indeed Sally earlier. So we have been facilitating the introduction of offshore hybrid assets to the interconnection sector, and that's started with the two projects of the offshore hybrid asset pilot scheme, the non-standard interconnectors that Sally was talking about. And as this is driven by the desire to make more efficient use of transmission assets, get better integration of renewable energy, and coordinate offshore developments to reduce the number of landing points needed. So alongside the Window 3 application for interconnectors, we ran the offshore hybrid asset pilot scheme. And in the context of this presentation, we talk about offshore hybrid assets. We do mean combining interconnection with offshore generation. I'm aware that sometimes OHAs can mean other things or wider, but that's what we focus on here. So now we're looking to move forward to develop the regulatory regime for more complex offshore hybrid assets. They're more complex from a GB regulatory point of view than the two projects in the pilot scheme. And that's because they're multi-purpose interconnectors, which will include offshore generation in GB waters, and that brings in another layer of regulatory complexity into the picture. I'll just try to lay out some of that background, because in the UK we place offshore hybrid assets into two categories, depending on whether they include offshore wind power in UK waters or not. And the key distinction is set out in the diagrams, in particular the two at the bottom right there. So if the hybrid asset only includes offshore generation in the connecting country, overseas, then we classify it as a non-standard interconnector. Whereas if it includes offshore generation in UK waters, we classify it as a multi-purpose interconnector. And that also includes projects that could have offshore generation both in UK waters and in the connecting country, would also be considered to be an MPI. So LineLink and Nautilus are both non-standard interconnectors, and they've been approved by us at the initial project assessment stage, and we've published our decisions on the regulatory regime for them and the regime parameters last year and earlier this year. And so the NSIs are in flight now in their ongoing development. So we're working to complete the MPI regulatory framework to take the sector forward. So we work with DESNZ, NISO, and developers on the various key areas of the MPI regulatory regime. And there's quite a number of interlocking issues that come together there. And as you can see, they also kind of cut across the competency of various bodies as well. And we represent the consumer's interest in all of this and take account of our duties, including decarbonisation and growth. And the diagram illustrates many of the areas that we're working on. Probably two biggest drivers are market arrangements in the bottom left corner and construction phasing in the top right. They have effects which ripple into many of the other areas. Market arrangements is very much a policy area, whereas construction arrangements may well vary by project, especially construction phasing of the elements of an MPI. And then we also have to take account of different parts of the MPI earning different revenue streams. Some of them are more variable with markets, and others are going to be more fixed. Part of the MPI is quite similar to an HVDC offshore transmission line, and platform, but with the addition of switchgear, metering, and quite probably higher voltage. And we're looking to ensure the financeability of the offshore platform in this enhanced and more complicated nature. Overall, we want to retain the right incentives, but provide some mitigation or return for additional risks. Linked to construction arrangements, there can be differences in how revenue streams will build up depending on the phasing of construction, and we're seeking to accommodate a range of approaches to construction. And certain assets may have to be built in one phase, but only go into operation or full operation in a later phase. We're working in particular on the regulatory financing regime at present. We plan to bring forward a further consultation in this area next year, building on our June 2023 consultation and taking account of some of the experience subsequent to that and some new developments. The work on market arrangements is being undertaken by DESNZ and Ofgem. It has impact on revenues and can also affect charging. The connections area links to how wind power projects in development potentially could choose to be connected to an MPI if this is in line with strategic planning, which Lucy has outlined some of the shape of that. And it's also relevant how the future more strategically driven offshore network will be developed. And there's also more technical work in the areas of outages and balancing ancillary services going on. And we bring all that together in the new MPI license. The Energy Act 2023 provided this new form of license, and the MPI license will give the holder both the right to undertake offshore transmission and interconnection in Great Britain. So as you probably know, all interconnectors involve a lot of cross-border discussion and negotiation, and this becomes even more so for offshore hybrid assets. This is because of the extra factors involved when both interconnection and offshore transmission have to be considered, and offshore generation is also part of the context. Concepts like offshore bidding zones are still new. Congestion revenues would accrue in different ways in these market arrangements compared with point-to-point interconnectors. Many of the discussions are bilateral with the regulator, government, and developer in the connecting country. However, there's also a wider structure of cooperation in the North Seas region, as shown in the slide. And two examples are the NSEC UK Memorandum of Understanding, NSEC supporting and facilitating development of offshore electricity and hydrogen grid development, and the large energy potential in the region. And also the work that NISO and National Grid are doing in the Offshore TSO Collaboration Group, or OTC. And we in Ofgem also engage with the work of this group. There's been positive UK-EU summit earlier this year, and the third North Sea summit is coming up in January next year in Hamburg. And these forms of cooperation can help support the development of offshore hybrid assets and provide a regional basis for the cross-border collaboration needed for their development. So in conclusion, the GB has a large and growing point-to-point interconnector and offshore hybrid asset fleet. It's a very tangible demonstration of the UK's trading links and relationships with neighbouring countries, and it's produced hundreds of millions of pounds of surpluses for consumers already, in addition to all of the economic benefits to consumers and to industry more widely. We are monitoring the tight supply chain conditions for approved and future projects. We are aware of the issues, certainly that have been surfaced here today, and have been living with those and trying to figure out solutions in cooperation with DESNZ. We expect future opportunities to come to market based on the SSEP and CSNP being led by NISO there. Other parts of Ofgem have published their guidance and decision on the CSNP in the last few days.
And as I say, we plan to consult further and decide on the MPI regulatory financial regime next year to move forward MPI regulation and hopefully answer some of those outstanding questions in that area. So if you do have views or thoughts on any of these topics, please reach out to us either here at the conference or at capital.floor@ofgem.gov.uk. And so thank you very much. And if you have any questions, we'd be delighted to answer.
Thank you. So, do we have some questions from the audience? Not yet? Ah, there is one in the front. Okay, then.
Hi, John Ging, Head of Interconnection at EirGrid. This one's for Lucy. Really interesting presentation. Very interested to see the direction of travel in terms of the new arrangements that you're proposing. I suppose less developer-led and more kind of coordinated. I'm assuming that there is similar conversations happening with Acer or somebody else on the other side of the interconnector, otherwise it doesn't really make sense. Or is it just an off-gem approach?
Yeah, no, we are continuing to engage with European stakeholders, including European TSOs, regulators and other governments to try and make sure that this strategically planned approach is acceptable across the border. We want to make sure that any framework and delivery model we put in place is achievable on the other side, otherwise you end up with a cable going nowhere.
Do we have any other questions? I don't see any. Then I'll ask my own. Now, I'm not a regulatory expert, but I remember at university I had a class on regulatory affairs. You can guess how many years ago that was. But there was a project that we were very proud of as Europeans, and that was Kriegers Flak, because that was the first multi-purpose interconnector installed. Are there lessons to be learned from that project and how that has been operating, or?
As you say, Jacob, Kriegers Flak, indeed the pioneer. I think things have moved somewhat since then. I mean, it is a great achievement. My understanding was at the origin of how that kind of came together was that it had its origins in wind farms in both countries, and then the link was added between the two of those. And I think it functions as more on a home market type basis in the two countries. So if you like, that kind of laid the foundations, but where the ambition looks to be going, and some of this is still to be kind of fully confirmed, but as much as we can discern, there's certainly interest in trying to implement the idea of an offshore bidding zone, this type of market arrangement aimed at achieving more efficient use of the transmission assets and optimizing that with an algorithm in the market arrangements in the kind of linkage between the two countries. I mean, some of that's tied up in some bigger international relations issues, but there seems to be some positive momentum there. So there's certainly a significant change there. And probably also marrying up maybe some of the legacy of the regulatory approach in Great Britain versus the continental European approach. There are some differences of emphasis and detail. So trying to kind of get that, we think it's very important to try to get that kind of common vision embedded early on. That I think it's much harder to kind of patch things up later if they've sort of slightly diverged at the earlier stages. But yeah, so I think it's a great starting point, but I think a number of issues have moved on a bit since, not to mention also the supply chain background. Obviously, that's been quite a focus here today.
Of course. Any other questions? There is one from Michael. Let's do that one. You already have your candy. That's good. You need to eat it too for energy.
Okay. Yeah, very interesting what you said there. It's a view and a question. I worked with Bob Howell back in, I think it was about 2011, and he put together what was the off-gen OFTO regime. And I have kept in touch with Bob subsequent to that. And he actually admitted that the regime that was put together didn't work the way it was supposed to work. And what happened was that we had all these wind farms being developed, export cables need to go in. The generator could not be the cable owner, but what we saw was a large flight of potential capital investment flowing out of the market that would have gone into the cable regime. It's had a bumpy ride. It still, some ways, has a bumpy ride with the OPTO regime, because the OPTO regime are mainly pension investors, pension funds, and not actual operators understanding the dynamics of operating an export cable. Are those lessons, and Bob Harle agrees with me on this, are those lessons going to be taken on board, or have they been taken on board going forward? The MPI regime that you're now bringing in, well, clearly goes against what the principle of the OPTO regime is, because you've got power coming into an interconnector, so you've got to balance up how all the revenues work. Is there a spirit to try and make this work properly first time, not sort of adjust it as you go along?
Thanks. That's certainly what we're trying to do. You can see some of the complexities in the diagram. Yeah, Bob Harle was very much the pioneer in OFTOs, and it's a precedent that we keep in mind. But we are conscious, as you say, that the way that regime played out in practice, that OFTO build has yet to see concrete form, and it's gone forward as a generator build model. We're not seeking to replicate that, and we're trying to get it right first time, and if you like, fulfill the idea of the MPI license, that the license holder can undertake both interconnection and offshore transmission activity. So we'd like to see both parts fulfilled in full.
Perfect. Done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So let's move on to our next presentation. That's going to be Charlotte Higgins, Associate Director, Electricity Networks at Arup.
Oh, I seem to be missing the pointer. Kevin, Lucy, have you still got the pointer? Oh, sorry, it's there. Ignore me. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Charlotte Higgins, Associate Director with Arup. And Arup, to give you a bit of background to Arup, we're a sustainable development consultancy. We work with a number of you in this room, and we've been in the electricity transmission distribution space for over 30 years. And my role at Arup is leading our electricity and transmission and distribution business. So today I'm going to explore how we unlock some of the current challenges and risks. And a number of the speakers who have come before me have already spoken through some of these challenges and risks. And this is going to be in the context of how we create a more interconnected North Sea. So I've been in this industry in the UK now for nearly 20 years, and I don't know if does anybody remember Isles? This is a bit of a blast from the past. So excellent. So when I was much earlier in my career, a younger engineer, I worked on the Isles project back in 2009, 2010. And that was a really exciting project for me at the time. And although Isles in its form didn't come to fruition, it's amazing to see some of the great work that's developed from that and where we are now as an industry. And when you hear in the news that we're starting to talk about climate change scenarios of 2.6 degrees, it really brings it home to you that we need to be, this is really important work that we're doing, and we need to be accelerating this. Sorry. Right, got that. So this is going to be a bit of an overview of how we achieve that greater connection, that pathway to greater interconnection, as well as a deeper dive into some aspects. I've only got 20 minutes, so by its nature, it's going to be fairly, it's not going to be a kind of fully deep dive into the topic, but I think a lot of other speakers have covered lots of important elements there as well. And it's enough time to share some learning and some insights that we have within Arup from the clients that we work with, the projects that we work in this space, and then keen to catch up further conversations beyond this. And in terms of our credentials in this space, we work for a number of clients, so offshore, so interconnect developers, offshore wind developers, government, regulation. We work for investors, And we're working on energy islands, MPIs as well, and our work spans all the way through from the early stages of a project, from consenting and planning, through to design, through to program and project management, procurement, owners, engineers, services as part of that, through to construction, and then delivery and operation. And then on the other side of that, transactions as well, and providing policy and regulatory advice. I'm going to move that back there. So there's lots of exciting developments in the North Sea. I don't need to, the benefits that that can provide, they're undistributable. And the 2050 vision is well defined, but the pathway, how we get to that, is still emerging, and we're working our way through that. And as we develop more interconnection, the scale of developments and the complexity of developments is increasing as well. And with that comes more challenges and comes more risks. And we know that these developments, as well as enabling the energy transition, there's a number of requirements they need to meet. They must provide consumer value. They need to create investable propositions for developers and investors, and they need to underpin a resilient grid. So from today's position, how do we scale this, and what actions can we take to accelerate progress? So I'm going to explore a number of delivery and operational challenges through three different lenses, through the technical lens, through the commercial lens, and through the regulatory lens. And these are all complex, and these are all interdependent as well. So for example, when we're thinking about supply chain, we're thinking about procurement and contractual arrangements, and then also the risk-sharing arrangements that are there to support that engagement with the supply chain. So as an example of how they're interconnected. So moving on to how do we ensure secure and resilient assets by design, we're looking at, we're dealing with new technology we're dealing with new technology that's not really been, to an extent, that's not been proven in real world conditions before. So developing those relationships with OEMs, with insurers, using owners' engineer services to help de-risk that technology, conferences such as this, and working with industry bodies such as CGRE, who are at the forefront of developing rigorous testing and validation guidelines, is really important. And these new suppliers, as well as potentially security risks, which we need to work through, there's also potential risks around health and safety and ESG compliance risks, quality risks. How do we work through those? Supporting that wider engagement with the supply chain with new suppliers to help them align with industry requirements and best practice. And then design margins versus operational management. This is another area of how we can build in that resilience. So design margins that can relate to overplanting of offshore wind farms, for example, where you can take a more conservative engineering approach and build in that resilience up front, or you can manage that via operational management. And both approaches have their challenges, have their pros and cons, but we can use data. We're looking at using a data-driven approach to help optimize that. And then industry moving to, rather than looking at delivery of individual assets, moving to scalable solutions, so MPI-ready assets. So that means thinking about standardization, modularity, and compatibility with control and protection methodologies, for example, across suppliers. And then I wanted to pick up on asset security and taking a more holistic approach to asset security. So that's embedding security from the design stage, that's developing a security strategy that considers electronic, cyber, physical risks, and developing and thinking about protocols and measures and processes that embody that and can evolve with the threat landscape, whether that's climate change, whether that's bad actors, whether that's environmental, whether it's operational threats as well. And a TVRA is a really key part of that, so the threat, vulnerability, and risk assessment. And that becomes a living process. And then security is only as strong as its weakest link. So coordination across all dimensions, so physical intrusion, cyber attack, electronic vulnerabilities, identifying the gaps, developing the mitigations, and then working with OEMs and regulators to ensure consistent standards and rapid response capability in that kind of broader holistic security approach. That's important. We know the supply chain's changing. I don't need to mention the constraints in the supply chain as we're looking to accelerate project build, and the potential for delay that can result on potentially increased costs and delayed access to revenue. And so in some quarters, we're seeing a shift away from the traditional EPC turnkey solution and a move towards core equipment supply. And in other quarters, we're seeing a shift towards a more wraparound solution. So I think what that means for developers is there's a need to be adaptive. There's a need to put together an attractive proposition for the supply chain and being intentional about it. So the whole should be greater than the sum of the parts. And we need to avoid siloed delivery where there are multiple interfaces. And fostering a robust supply chain as well, so developing a wider network of contractors that can support with construction and installation in ports and vessels, a really important part of that, as we know. There's been a number of traditional offshore oil and gas contractors moving into the space, which is great. That market is diversifying, but then that can come with its own challenges. There's different market factors at play, so and that goes for a number of different contractors from other industries joining. I've kind of mapped out what that procurement approach might look like when you're developing a single project versus a portfolio of projects. So making that attractive to suppliers, supporting that clarity of specifications, and for single projects looking to move towards more of a semi-standardized solution, a more simplified procurement approach, non-contract forms, for example. Whereas for a portfolio of projects, a procurement framework approach might work better, where that can provide more certainty for both the developer and the supplier around cost and design and reduce procurement effort. But ultimately, securing capacity is key. And then another aspect around interaction and alignment of schedule. So when we get into the delivery of that construction program, kind of from procurement through design into construction, how can we more carefully control and coordinate programs across different assets, across a portfolio of assets? And that could be a single portfolio owner, but that can extend beyond that to other customers as well. And that's an aspect that, as Arup, we're supporting developers and investors with at the moment, how they can deliver their projects earlier through careful management and coordination of the program. And interface risk is growing as well, interface risk with more complex projects. And so that means that needs more careful management. And in some of the work that we do as Arup, we support investors on transactions. And when I'm doing a technical due diligence, I'm looking to see what's in that contractual structure for interface management. What are the processes and tools that are integrated into that? So that's something that, that's really important. And then moving on to markets and regulation, how do we create that attractive regime? And we've talked about, there's other speakers have mentioned the delivery model. Lucy and Kevin, you mentioned that earlier, and that's really important. That's what we're hearing from clients is really key. And having that clarity on who owns what, who operates what, how risks and responsibilities are allocated. And then within that investable regime, a few different factors there. So the ability for cost recovery for anticipatory investment. So where you're developing, where you have a staged infrastructure development, and you've got a number of different, several different developers within that, how do you create that greater certainty that those early stage investments will be remunerated, will be de-risked from a capital point of view, even though the development might take some time to materialize. And then that can drive the right behaviors in terms of coordination and collaboration during the design and procurement stage. And that kind of sharing of risks and benefits as well as we move into construction and operation. The pricing, this is complex across multiple jurisdictions, and I know there's a lot of work that's going on to improve, to coordinate this further, to accelerate this, so to ensure that the costs and revenues are allocated fairly across jurisdictions and don't drive I wrote wrong initially, but I thought perhaps it's more like the non-ideal behaviours, moving away from the ideal, the non-ideal behaviours to the market or system. And then thinking about revenue models as well for offshore wind and interconnectors with MPI assets, looking at perhaps they're not so compatible. Do we need to look at new models that better meet the requirements of both parties and create a more investable business case? And for OFTOs as well, perhaps it's time to consider for non-radial OFTOs, for build OFTOs, what do those, and for OFTOs, for current OFTOs, what do those future revenue and regulatory models look like? How do they best encourage further investment? Moving on to efficient connections and systems. So this is kind of zooming out a little bit and thinking about the wider kind of GB transmission system, how those assets connect into that, how that offshore grid, that interconnected North Sea grid connects into the system, considering security of supply across multiple jurisdictions. These assets will need to operate reliably under a range of conditions across those jurisdictions. They might have multiple conflicting requirements put on them, and want to ensure that we're not putting those transmission systems at risk. I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the mandatory requirements for services across different jurisdictions. They're not aligned at the moment, and whilst there is work underway to align them further, that's still a challenge. Grid forming code, for example, so HVDC systems are grid forming. They can provide voltage support, they can provide frequency regulation, a whole range of services. The grid forming UK grid code is still under development though, and compliance testing is being clarified, and that's a space where we're working with interconnected developers to assess different scenarios for those grid forming systems, what requirements might be put in them and how they will need to respond to ensure that the OEM design is suitable, to ensure that to assess the impact of that on the UK network. And market-based services, maybe think about market-based services that might be provided from offshore wind into the system, and where we have those offshore transmission assets that are that link, that connection to the system, that creates potentially some additional risks for the owners and operators of those transmission assets. So that's another space in which we need to de-risk some of those additional operational modalities, how those assets might need to operate and respond, and any O&M considerations that arise from that. And then finally, on this slide, we need to get the right balance between licensees, those technical requirements, grid code requirements in markets. And I think this is an evolving space, and this is an area that we need to think more about as we're connecting more assets to the system from offshore, and too much reliance on markets can introduce operational risk and potential cost. Too rigid a regulatory approach can stifle innovation, and so we need a framework that kind of gets that right balance. And moving on to operational challenges. So you've constructed the assets, it's operating, but there's a number of considerations that need to be thought about kind of at that early design stage to ensure optimal availability and cost. One kind of really positive development that we've seen is that the third-party market for O&M services for HVDC, for example, for offshore HVDC, that's starting to grow, and so that can form a hybrid model with the OEMs that can provide a competitive model to the OEMs that diversifies the market and also creates a space for more competition and more innovation, which is great. Spares strategies. So I think there's a strong case for thinking about spares clubs and how we could potentially use those to manage risk, but also provide the best value to consumers. So it doesn't make sense, as we have more and more OFTOs, for example, it doesn't make sense for them to have each have a full set of spares so that they can respond quickly in the event of unplanned faults, when those high impact, low frequency events. So spares clubs, they need more thinking about how we standardize those, and modularization as well. But I think that could be a really efficient solution as we move forwards into a world of many more volumes of offshore assets. A really innovative solution that we're seeing is mobile 400 kV substation bays. So 400 kV substation bays on a truck that go to a substation that you can connect in. So industry's innovating, coming up with some really neat solutions there. I'm starting to run out of time, so I'll move on quite quickly. The one point I really wanted to mention was around technology obsolescence, and that particularly goes for control and protection for HVDC. So what we're seeing is that there's a really need to plan for that from day one and embed it in contractual structures, and that could be through clauses which enable a kind of highlighting of this asset's going to be discontinued soon. We've still got some assets there, but you need to purchase them. That can also be through sharing of IP if there's a plan to fully discontinue that asset, so that asset can potentially be remanufactured somewhere else. And interoperability of control and protection as well. That's a developing area. And that will be important when we have more and more kind of complex assets, different protection, complex protection zones for multi-terminal DC offshore assets, which is a really exciting area, but that interoperability needs to be thought about. The implication for offshore platforms, do they need to be bigger to incorporate these additional DC protection systems? How can that be efficiently designed in? I'm going to skip a little bit to the end. And what does that look like kind of going forwards? What does an ideal coordinated development for innovative offshore transmission assets look like? And this is kind of an ideal with 4 different elements where you have joined up design decisions, you have a coordinated commercial approach, you have collaboration and procurement, and you have a supportive regulatory regime. So that final envisaged design and operation is factored in at the outset, that kind of staged development is factored in, and that design meets all parties' kind of needs and requirements for operation. And then all parties have mutual skin in the game. There's a sharing of benefits, there's a sharing of risks, and that's supported by policy and regulation with a regulatory regime that supports, that recognises that staged at-risk approach, that's necessary, and that anticipatory investment is available as well at the right kind of points in time to support that investable asset. And a collaborative procurement approach as well that supports that asset availability and interoperability. So how do we move from complexity to clarity, and what kind of actions can we take from this? We know that greater interconnection across the North Sea is important for the energy transition, and it's going to play a really important role in that, as well as improving system resilience as well. Scale and complexity are increasing. We're deploying larger solutions, more complex solutions. So how do we address some of those delivery and operational risks associated with those assets early? We need to embed reliability, resilience, and security at the design stage, and have proactive strategies for managing those supply chain dynamics, adaptive strategies, and then the operation and maintenance of those assets as well for kind of optimal availability. The cost-benefit balance remains a challenge for more innovative assets in particular, so those benefits need to be tangible for all parties involved in the development and for the consumer as well, and those costs and risks need to stack up. But that can be supported by policy, markets, and regulation, and an attractive regulation framework that supports those innovative assets. And we need to be bold. We have an opportunity here, and I think we need to step out and not be afraid to develop those innovative assets and set the right conditions for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, do we have some questions from the audience? There is one in the back.
Hi, Charlotte. Thank you very much. It's a very interesting presentation. My name is Lai from Orient Cable. So I think you touch a lot of bases in terms of different aspects about regulatory, the regulation, the supply chain operations, etc. I'm just wondering from your perspective or from Arup's perspective, which area you could see is going to be accelerated in the next 3 to 5 years, or maybe 5 to 10 years?
So perhaps addressing that from a few different perspectives, I think there is some really positive work going on in terms of developing that delivery model and looking at how that cost remuneration can take place for more innovative assets. So that's really positive to see those developments, and I think that will really help progress industry. There are some really interesting assets that are being conceptualized, that are being developed, energy islands, those multi-purpose interconnectors, but ones that span different jurisdictions, but also have multiple assets, offshore assets, generation assets connecting to them. And I think that there's an element of taking it a step at a time, but we do need to have those pilot projects that allow us to explore how best to deliver them. So yeah. I think there's a lot going on in this space, and it's going to be really interesting to see what the next 5 to 10 years bring.
Thank you. I take it as a more technology side, or
on the technology side of things. I suppose we're at a point where we're looking at 525 kV subsea cables, 2 gigawatt capacity links, how we scale up from there. Perhaps that then kind of moves towards more of a development of an offshore grid with the transmission, with the onshore transmission moving into offshore transmission in the sea, non-radial off-tow connections as well, and then MPIs connecting in, and over time, greater interconnection between those as well. There's still a number of challenges to resolve around from a technical point of view, from a DC point of view, how we develop control and protection, like DC circuit breakers, what that might look like, and they're still they're not kind of commercially available products yet, but what that might look like for the offshore platforms that are providing that control and protection need as well.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Perfect. Then thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Yep. And let's move to our next presenters, and that's Niels Diepewin, Project Manager for LionLink at TenneT, and Rob van der Boogaard, Project Lead for the cable A Muidenver Alpha, Nederbeek 1, and LionLink, also from TenneT. Please.
Thank you very much. So first of all, I didn't know what to expect when they signed up for this conference, but so far it's been absolutely great. So congratulations to you, Mr. Chairman. As said, this is a dual presentation. It's from myself and from Rob. I won't put it there, it gets too hot in there. In a slight break with tradition, I very much encourage you to ask questions during the presentation. Also because I know this is the last presentation before the break, so just to keep it a bit more lively, because it's warm in here, I know, and people are looking forward to some refreshments. So let's get started. So, LionLink. Just a short note on TenneT. I think all of you are familiar with TenneT. Since January 1st, we have split off the Dutch TenneT and the German TenneT, so I'm very much speaking as somebody from TenneT, the Netherlands. We are a state-owned company, and we're not only the transmission system operator onshore, we're also the transmission system operator offshore. We've just finished the completion of what's known as the 700 megawatt program, where we in roughly 10 years installed 7 times 700 megawatt platforms for connection of offshore wind. It's been a great success, very successful program. And at the moment, we're very much busy with developing the whole 2 gigawatt program. You might be familiar with this already, 2 gigawatt program. It's where we develop these enormous platforms offshore to convert AC power from the wind farm to DC current, and then transport it to shore, where it's converted back to AC and fed into the grid. At the moment, we this is actually already slightly outdated, but we have roughly 14 of these 2 gigawatt projects, 8 in the Netherlands and 6 in Germany, although follow-up projects in Germany have already been announced. And the idea behind the whole program is that you design one, you build many. Unfortunately, you have to deal with several suppliers for the platforms and for the HVDC equipment, so it's more like design 3, build many, but very much focusing on standardization, and the basic design is a standard for all the projects. Just to give you an overview of some of the developments in the Netherlands, in particular on the 2 gigawatt program. This, the picture on the left shows the development of the the IJmuidenver beta station on the Maasvlakte. This picture is actually already a couple of, it's about 2 to 3 months old. It's 2 months old. We were here last week with a team from National Grid, and it's already, it moved on massively. So there's you see there the site where the location where the transformers will be placed. And in the back, you can actually see the AC station that's being built there. And even further in the back is actually BritNet, which is, you can't really see it on the picture, but it's just interesting to know. At the same time, busy with preparing all the cable ducts and also starting construction in Indonesia and Malaysia on the 2 gigawatt platforms. Now, here you see another render of the 2 gigawatt design. The nice thing of this design is that already from the start, we incorporate the multi-purpose readiness. What does it mean? That we essentially already take the MPI possibility on board in the design, and we reserve a space on the platform to put the equipment. And this accounts for all the 2 gigawatt projects. Where did this come from? Well, originally, I think the whole idea behind LionLink, before this was Wind Connector, and I thought before that it might have been Eurolink, or the other way around, I can't even remember. But it really goes back a long time, the development of this technology. But it's wonderful that it looks to be happening finally. Just an overview of the assets for LionLink. So on the right we have the Dutch grid, on the left we have the UK grid. And you see the standard radio connection as we would have it for all the other 2 gigawatt projects. But there's, in the switch yard offshore, there's then switching equipment to accommodate the LionLink cable, which goes to the convert station, onshore convert station in the UK. And also there's the UK AC cable to the substation. Here's a render where you get a bit of a better idea. So why are we developing LionLink? There's the 3 main reasons, essentially. The main is strengthening the national energy security. The second is to support UK and EU climate goals. And also to increase the trade opportunities, i.e. so to really boost the competition in the energy market. Now, key stakeholders, I think some of them are very, very familiar, some of them present here today. So on the UK side, we have the Department for Energy Security and Net Zero, we have Ofgem, we have National Grid Ventures, and we have NISO. On the Dutch side, we have the Ministry of Climate Policy and Green Growth. We've just had elections, so typically every new government comes up with a new name for this department, so it might change again in a couple of months. We have the Authority for Consumers and Markets, so that's essentially the Dutch regulator, with TenneT, and, very important, the European Commission. We are part of the EU, so the European Commission does have something to say about this project. Today was already mentioned another project that was a PCI project, so a project of common interest, as it's labeled by the EU, because we are doing a project with a country outside the EU. We are a project of mutual interest, but that also gives us a special position within the European community, and also helps accelerate developments to get this whole thing realized. Because there are definitely some big challenges we are facing. One of them is that with LineLink, we will see the first implementation of an offshore bidding zone in the Netherlands. So why do we need an offshore bidding zone? Well, essentially because we will have interconnection from both countries, and we have a wind farm feeding into it. So at this node, there will be structural congestion, and to facilitate the market, we need a separate bidding zone there. That's essentially the reasoning. I'm not an expert on this, but this is how I understand it, right? So we need the bidding zone, very important. Fortunately, development's going really well. Our ministry recently announced the bidding zone implementation to the European Commission and to Acer, the European regulator. And the official implementation will be in the beginning of next year. There's another, of course, big challenge, and that was also already mentioned earlier today, the market coupling between the EU and UK. Fortunately, we see relations really improving at the moment. There's, even today, I think there was more news again on even more market integration, so that's looking to go in the right direction. We see for efficiency purposes that everybody would benefit from having a fully coupled market, but let's see how far we can get. This is, by the way, not a hard requirement for LineLink to be able to function. And also, it's the first HVDC bipole multi-terminal system, at least in Europe. I'm not sure about China, which means for us, especially for us at TenneT as well, it's a new operational concept. Our own system operations, here you have a separate system operator, NISO. Within TenneT, it's a different department, which we also have to bring along, which is also not always easy. They're very, very protective of the grid and everything that happens, and everything needs to happen very securely. So there's a new operational concept, and very important, we also have a new balancing concept. So in the end, of course, supply and demand need to be balanced, and that also means offshore. So especially with the wind farm not being exactly, they predict a certain power output, but there's always some fluctuation in that power output, meaning that has to be balanced. And that's one of the challenges. How to exactly balance that's a big challenge to overcome. Mentioned extensively today already the supply chain challenges, so I won't go into that. And also very important, all the planning and contractual interfaces with the 2 gigawatt grid connection system. So we have this one system that's already fully contracted, and we want to connect LineLink to that. And obviously that interface, getting that exactly right, is a major challenge. So, Rob, how are we going to get this built?
Yeah, thank you, Niels. Good afternoon. Rob van den Boogaard, project lead cable for TenneT. So involved in multiple projects in TenneT, in the procurement phase as well as in the execution phase. And the question that Niels asked me a year ago, approximately 1.5 years ago, is how do we get the LineLink a bit further forward in the development? Which is the question, how do we get this built? Part of that process is defining what contracts do we need. There we started from the system elements, which is the diagram Niels just showed with the elements that we have. And we split that up in scope packages, so there's several sets of the scope. based on the elements and also the interfaces that come with the scopes, because if you split the workshop in different parts, you get the interfaces, of course. That brings you more or less to this diagram here on the right. And I have to say this diagram only describes the line link part, so that's only half the hybrid interconnector. So on the other side, there's a Nederwiek 3 line and a Nederwiek 3 land station in the Netherlands, which is part of scopes already contracted under the 2 gigawatt frameworks of TenneT. If you would add that to the same diagram, you added another 3 scopes to it, and the offshore wind farm that interfaces with multiple parts of the scope, of course. So altogether, quite a complicated setup. Yeah, with the scope packages and the interfaces defined, we can move on to the contracting part. So we put the scope packages in several contracts that we have. And it depends a bit on where they are located and how we divide the work between NGV and TenneT as partners on in which contract they will end up. To give an example of that, I'll show you the cable contract setup and what we're doing at the moment. Because at the moment the Line Link project is also transforming from a planning phase into a more procurement and later execution phase, which is an important transition. Of course, so we, for the cable, for example, so this is the Line Link cable running 20 kilometers in Dutch waters and the rest in UK waters, so it's a split of 10 to 90% approximately in length. But still we decided to take the cable framework from TenneT as a basis for this. So that's an existing framework contract which we can allocate additional contracts at a later phase. And allocate means adding it to them and appointing one of the 3 framework agreement holders as the contractor for this cable. There are some strong benefits to that, which is the standardization of the cable over the full hybrid interconnector. So we'll have the same specifications on the Dutch side compared to the UK side of the platform. We will, by the time that we build the Line Link cable, have a track record on the 2 gigawatt cables, which are now still to be built, the first ones. But by the time the Line Link cable will be number 7 out of the 2 gigawatt cables. So that's already quite a long track record. And we can also standardize the interfaces with the HVDC and the offshore substation. So these are 3 strong points to add it into this contract. But there are also some challenges, of course. So the specifications that we work with are developed under the cooperation between the Dutch and the German TenneT. That also brings in a lot of Dutch and German legislation that relates to these specifications and the way they are written. A large part of the problems there is the English language, unfortunately. So I'll come to that later, but we're now reviewing it with native speakers, so that also brings in some questions every now and then. We base our engineering concepts on the TenneT experience that we have, and all the project management process, which are a significant part of our contracts, are based on the TenneT standards, which are not by definition, of course, the National Grid Ventures standards for executing these projects. So we need to align on a mutual specification to be able to sign this in the end. Now, what does it look like? A bit like the picture on the right. So there's a big pile of paperwork in front of us, which we are looking at. We work from a database which contains 3,600 requirements to build this project. And attached to that are 260 documents. They're not one-page documents, I can tell you. That's all split up in 28 specification sets, so from PMO specifications up to cable specs and installation specifications. And all this needs to be reviewed and aligned between the 2 parties to, in the end, come to a 3-party contract, meaning that we, as TenneT and National Grid, together sign a contract with the cable supplier. Then the question is, where do we start with this? For that we invented the motto, process is progress. So we first started off with designing a process how to review these specifications, which ended up in the, for that we needed to We needed to define a team, of course, so the number of people with the core team and technical and subject matter specialists on both sides of the project, reviewing specifications and discussing those with each other. And we also took on board some strong tools to work on this. One of them is Reletics, and the other one is Aconex, quite familiar, I think, for some people. Yeah, and that resulted in progress. And that brings us to the point at the moment there we are, let's say, halfway about to reviewing these 3,600 requirements and 260 documents with a lot of people involved. And we're looking forward to allocate the project, beginning of starting doing it beginning of next year with, I think it's on the next slide, the outlook for the project, so the EPC contracts to be signed in 27.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, the formal appointment of the offshore billing zone expected in Q1 already next year. And we're looking at in-service date for Line Link end of 33 or probably end of 32 or maybe early 33 to be confirmed after allocation. Good. Any questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, do we have questions? Okay. We have one question there. Yep.
Thanks for that. On your presentation, obviously you talked about supply chain challenges as we had all day. Obviously aware that Petrofac, was going to be your offshore platform. What's the plan B, and what impact does that have on your program? Who wants to take that question?
The plan B. Yeah, indeed, we suffered some heavy weather with the Petrofac contract, which is also the supplier for the Nederwiek 3 substation. So Line Link was affected as such, of course. The plan B at the moment is a cooperation with L&T, that's an Indian company. They will take over the contracts and the responsibilities from Petrofac. For now, we're still waiting on some news for the new timelines, but it looks like the damage is quite controlled. So some delay, which is obvious, I think, but still in the same order of magnitude.
And if I can add to that, there's a lot of relief that the decision has been made.
Yeah. As Line Link, we suffered more from the uncertainty than the actual change. Yeah.
One more question. Yeah.
Hi there, Peter Lumsden from National Grid. Can you talk us through the challenges of installing such a large platform in an offshore environment?
In what context, approximately?
Well, with the weight of the platform, is it a conventional lift, or are you floating over, or how are you installing it?
There are several ways to install it, of course. It's not my scope, so I'm not going to be too detailed about it. But I believe this platform will be installed by float over, so it will be transported on a semi-submersible vessel. And the jacket is designed, and the whole concept of a platform is already designed to accommodate several ways of installing it. So we can use a heavy lifting vessel, but it's 32,000 tons, so that's really on the very edge of those kind of spreads. So the jacket is split, for example, so you can float in the semi-submersible to put it on the jacket. And then in the end, that's the most economical way to do it. Although not all 14 2-gigawatt platforms will be installed in the same way. So it depends on the contractor. And TenneT also plays a big role in that, in contracting the transportation and installation capacity up front.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I will maybe raise a question from my side, because I might be involved mostly in service, but ultimately NKT is a cable manufacturer. So I have to ask, maybe based on some frustrations of my colleagues, but when I hear 3,600 requirements and 260 documents attached, are we at a point where, you know, the returns of adding yet another document clarifying all the others is negative? Or is this really the minimum we need to still be clear?
This one's for you, Rob.
Yeah. Cool. In my personal view, I agree that we could do with less. And we do overspecify on some aspects. That's a legacy as TenneT, because TenneT has quite a long track record at the moment for offshore projects. And then the 2 gigawatt standard was constructed out of the 700 megawatt from the Netherlands and 900 megawatt from Germany. It took them 2-3 years to come to one solution on one specification for 2 gigawatt. And by nature, it's very hard to take out requirements because nobody remembers who put it in and with what reasons. So it's always easier to add things. So over time, you see it grows, it grows, it grows. Maybe we reach that point. Yeah, we can simplify a bit on some aspects, and we're doing that as well, and we try to clarify more. Also with feedback from NKT.
That would be my fear, that with so many documents, there are bound to be contradictions.
Yeah.
And more contradictions will be added over time, and ultimately, instead of providing clarity on the specs, we will have more and more discussions about who meant what where.
Yeah. Yeah, and you see the downsides of it. As I work in the Modify Alpha project, for example, where we work with Prysmian. You see new people coming on the project on a regular basis, and it's very hard for people from both sides actually, to establish a decent level of knowledge on the contracts and the details of it, to be able to have the right discussions and to keep going forward with the scope. Yeah.
Maybe you should just ask ChatGPT to fix it. Good.
Yeah,
but then,
I'm afraid we're not allowed. So.
Exactly. Yeah. Good. But then, thank you very much for your presentation. And let's move on to a very important point, namely the break. So we'll see each other back 5 minutes after 4. Again, we'll make some signals to get everybody in. Please be punctual.
Min audio til at virke. Min video. Så. Ja.